Okay, I'm assuming I can be heard. Can somebody give me a thumbs up or something?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Give it another minute. Okay, I got 5:15 on my clock. So start out in, first of all, welcome everybody. I see we have 20 on the call and who knows, 20 or more in this new world of virtual committee meetings, which is new to me. So hopefully we can not stumble through this too much. Hopefully, and the technology seems as though it's going to be good for all. But first thing, let's call the meeting to order. And can we have a roll call?
Anderson?
Here.
Miller?
Present.
Wong?
Here.
I have all three members of the committee present.
Okay. Can we have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And move to 1D, which is approval of the minutes from the meeting on April 14th.
Megan Miller, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right. And let's see. Not sure, Michelle, do you know if we can Spencer approve that since he wasn't part of the committee at that time, or is that, or do I don't know if I can I approve it as, or second it?
Yes, you can second it, and it would probably be best if you did since Spencer wasn't there.
Correct. Okay, I'll second that then. Any discussion about the minutes? Hearing none, approval of the minutes, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And Spencer, are you abstaining?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Approval of the minutes passes. Next is the appointment of vice chair. And Spencer, I'd like to appoint you as vice chair of the committee. Basically the role of that is just to follow the lead of the chair. We'll connect periodically to talk about things, but in the event of my absence, you would take over as chair of the committee. I think it'll be a great learning tool for you to be able to learn how meetings should be, how they operate. And I think you'll get that not only from this committee, but all the other meetings as well. So if you're okay with that, I'm assuming you're okay with that, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. Megan, do you have any comments on that at all?
No, I'm super excited about our new vice chair, though.
All right, great. Thank you, Spencer. Appreciate that. Move on to 1F, and that's the Planning and Budget Committee purpose. The proper one was uploaded today. We do have, I'm going to kind of go through this briefly here. It says the purpose of our committee is to perform detailed exploration of future plans to optimize student achievement, support for teachers, maintenance and development of district facilities, responding to the needs of the community and stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and make appropriate recommendations to the full board. There's 8 items that fall underneath that. It's the hearing administrative recommendations and study plans on the development of the budget quarterly or more often as needed. Number 2 is, in order to optimize student achievement, review proposals for adoption or discontinuation of programs, curriculum, and material. Number 3 is to be knowledgeable about the district's strategic plan, which of course we're absent one at this time, but we'll, when that comes in, that'll come into play. And initiatives to ensure alignment of plans and initiatives to a strategic plan goals. Number 4 is may appoint ad hoc advisory committees in accordance with the board policy and established procedures. Number 5 is annually study and evaluate the 5 and 10-year facility plans. 6, study and make recommendations of the Board of Education or to the Board of Education on purchasing or selling of properties. Number 7 is study recommendations regarding retirement of facilities. And number 8 is study recommendations for site selection and development. And any questions about the purpose itself from Spencer or Megan? Okay, Megan?
No, thank you.
All right. Then we'll move on then to 2A, which is the elementary and intermediate scheduling process updates. And that is being conducted by, I'm not sure who's taking the lead on this, or if it's, I see 4 names on there.
John, Megan, Spencer, good evening. This is Tony Bosco.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to facilitate the discussion. I'm just going to share the PowerPoint that I submitted in board docs. I submitted that in one other document, just talking about the process. Pretty much January 1st of every school year, we start looking at starting to get ready for the following year. And this year was no different. And one of the big chunks of work that we kind of tackle as we're getting prepped for the next year is scheduling and any adjustments that we're going to want to make in building master schedules one year to the next. So over the winter, we started meeting in grade band groups. We started meeting with the elementary principals, with their intermediate principals, and we just went through a process, starting with analysis, discussing what some of the needs they saw or see in their current building schedule, what some goals they would have maybe for any schedule adjustments that we might make. And as we went through that collaborative process with the principals and then the principals back in their buildings with their building leadership teams and their staffs, we've really worked hard to try to develop a schedule that accomplishes as many of those goals and meets as many of those needs as possible. It's a challenge, obviously, when you've got 6 buildings at the elementary level and 4 intermediates. But one of the things that we set out to do at the district level is just bring some consistency across the system in terms of things like instructional minutes. I think I'm presenting. There we go. At the elementary level, looking at, can you guys all see my screen?
Yes, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Basco.
Okay, no problem. So looking at consistent blocks of instructional time, opportunity to kind of make consistent across the 6 building minutes and things like language arts and math and science and the cores and the specials, just so that there's alignment across the system, both at the elementary and the intermediate level. To work on getting daily science and social studies instruction. And this was a theme that we saw K-8. It wasn't just elementary. We're also working to make that more consistent at the intermediate level. A lot of the goals between the 2 levels were very similar. With our new, with not having early release this year, we wanted to try to build in opportunity for common prep by grade level, protected collaboration time during the school day. Because we know that our teachers work together and plan together and share their techniques and their strategies and things that they get better as a team. And so that was another big goal of both levels. And then maybe at the intermediate level, when you have 5 grade levels and you meld or you mix that elementary model with the intermediate model, we've had trouble over the history of the intermediate model really trying to use the specialist time efficiently, because sometimes the elementary schedule and the intermediate schedule wouldn't mesh very well, and so there'd be some dead time during the day where maybe the art, music, FIAD staff, wouldn't have an opportunity to teach because it just didn't align in the schedule, right? So some of those things we were really trying to address. So as we went through looking at the current schedules by level and taking those goals and needs into consideration, these are some of the adjustments that we have made. Protecting the integrity of literacy and math blocks in particular, sometimes based on lunches and specials and different things, you might have a literacy block that gets interrupted or a math block that gets interrupted, and we wanted to get away from that practice if we could. We wanted daily science and social studies instruction. Science and social studies is one of those things at the elementary level that gets chewed on a little bit in terms of other priorities. And so we feel at the district level, it's important to make sure that we build the daily science and social instruction into the daily schedule. Those consistent special times, sometimes with only having one Phy-Ed teacher and maybe anywhere from 3 to 5 sections of a particular grade at the elementary, it's hard sometimes to get the third Phy-Ed for our elementary kids. And so that was a priority. And then again, just consistency across the district, beginning of the day, end of the day procedures, and then building in that time during the day for elementary, for instance, where all elementary 3rd grade teachers would have prep at the exact same time of the day. So that if we needed to do, and we would probably ask them to, once a week have like a PLC that involves some of their crosstown peers or cross-system peers, because oftentimes, if you're, in a particular grade, you specialize in something, and this goes for the intermediates also. There might only be one 4th grade language arts teacher, one 4th grade math teacher. At the elementary level, there's only one music teacher in that building. And so giving them opportunities to collaborate built within the schedule was important also. Here's just a sample of the elementary schedule. And these are both works in progress, the elementary and the intermediate. Again, some of the things that we really tried to identify were the non-interrupted blocks of literacy and math, which we accomplished, standalone literacy and math intervention time, which we accomplished, and then staggering the prep so that at the elementary level, elementary teachers would have an hour daily of uninterrupted, protected prep time, collaboration time. And I think we've been able to accomplish that. And then going to the intermediate, again, building those consistent templates across the 4 buildings. Something else that we've worked on a lot is trying to make sure that our intermediate teachers are able to have some specialization so that we minimize the number of preps that they have in a particular year, in a particular day, a particular term. That's been a big focus so that, as we use that collaboration time and work to plan, they can really focus in on getting good at math, math instruction, literacy instruction, those kinds of things. Additionally, at the intermediate level for 4th and 5th grade, for years, 4th and 5th graders only had one exploratory class. And so we've added a second exploratory period for 4th and 5th graders rather. And so they'll have their usual, what we call MAPE, that's their music, art, Phy-Ed rotation. But then we're going to add a second exploratory period where students will be able to start exploring in 4th and 5th grade some STEM opportunities, take Spanish in 4th or 5th grade, have opportunity for additional Phy-Ed time, particularly in 4th grade. And something else about the 6-8 intermediate schedule is allowing for more student choice. We've had several instances over the last several years where students have had to take the same class multiple times as far as exploratory classes because we didn't have enough offerings. There wasn't enough flexibility in schedule. So that's something that the intermediate principals really wanted to address. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that. So here's one of the intermediate examples. And again, this is a challenge when you look at, there are not a lot of 5 grade band intermediate schools in existence to look to for samples or templates on what their building schedules look like. But I think with, working with intermediate principals and them taking the schedule revisions back to their building leadership teams for input and talking to their teachers. It's really helped us work out some of the kinks in the nuances. So to close, again, some of our big priorities and things that we feel that we've accomplished, protected time for instruction and meeting the needs of students. That's K-8, really being able to add opportunities at the intermediate level and academic lab, intervention, extension kinds of classes to meet students' needs and interests better. Incorporating that daily science, social studies instruction, K-8 will be a focus, more specialization for 6 through 8, and then really using those prep periods as anchors so that our teachers can collaborate with their own grade levels, but then also with their same grade peers, content peers across the district. When doing this, we also have increased preparation time for elementary teachers by about an hour and a half a week, and by intermediate teachers, they will get a second prep period, which has been something that's been sorely needed for several years. And we've been able to do this without any increase in FTE. So again, just to close, this has really been focused on, being able to build consistency across the district in terms of minutes, prep time, collaboration time, opportunities for students, and just being able to systematize the scheduling process a little bit more. We just sent out intermediate course selection sheets for our for next year's 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And we're hoping to really get into the scheduling process here within the next couple of weeks. I'll turn the mic off and see if there are any questions.
Okay, thanks, Tony, for that presentation. Without being able to see hands, let's start out. Megan, do you have any questions for Tony or regarding the presentation?
The only thing, go ahead.
Well,
this is Peg. I just wanted to jump on quick before you go into questions and
sure.
Acknowledge the team. We have several of the principals joining us for this committee meeting that are happy to answer some of the questions and talk about the process as well. But this was a really collaborative process between the school leadership team and our building principals. And you can see the list of challenges that they were given of no additional FTEs and trying to accomplish all those things. And while there's no perfect schedule, and they have done a phenomenal job, and I just really want to give them credit for the work that they've done.
Great. Thanks for those comments, Peg. We really appreciate that. And we know that during these times now that it's a lot more difficult than ever, but we appreciate all the efforts of everybody involved. So with that, Megan, do you have questions to begin with?
Yeah, I just want to echo that. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful effort that everybody's done, and it's very appreciated. Definitely appreciate the common prep time, and I'm really pleased to see that we were able to get daily social studies and science instruction. So really well done. I was curious about that additional STEM time. Is that where some of the CTE and college and career readiness is going to come in at the 6th through 8th grade level, or is anybody able to speak to that piece this evening? And if not, that's fine. I was just curious where it falls into those schedule blocks.
Unless somebody else wants to take that one. In 4th and 5th grade, we use Project Lead the Way as an extension of our career technology education programming in the intermediate. And there's actually a 4th and 5th grade program called Launch that are the first couple of our first several modules to expose 4th and 5th graders to some of those STEM areas that aligns with the 6 through 12 Project Lead the Way program, really. So that's where Launch will come in. Additionally, the 5th grade will still have access to band and orchestra in 5th grade. And like I said before, they'll also have opportunity to take Spanish and then the STEM class. So that's where the STEM comes in, is it's an extension to 4th and 5th grade of the Project Lead the Way program.
Well, I'm really pleased to hear that. And in case any of our viewers aren't aware already, Project Lead the Way is like an outstanding investment, I think, that our district has made into our students. And it translates also into nationally transferable college credit and all kinds of really cool careers. So thank you so much for taking the time to point that out, Mr. Bosco. This looks fantastic.
Okay, Spencer, do you have any questions for the group?
I have no questions, but I want to say looks like you guys put a lot of effort into it and it looks really good. Thank you for all the time you've done on this.
Okay, I do have a few questions. First of all, can you elaborate, and I guess whoever would want to take this, as far as who was all involved in the adjustments? I mean, how was that done? How was it done within your groups?
Could we have one of the principals talk through that? Any of the principals?
Mr. Wong, this is Melody Wargo.
Hi, Melody.
We started a scheduling process with the elementary. Tony met with the elementary principals as a whole. We've been meeting since probably January to look through this process and determine how we could best accommodate not only the prep and common planning time, but also larger schools versus smaller schools. Because I have one of the larger schools, it's hard to sometimes get all those specialists planned because we all have the same FTE. And then we took it back to our building leadership team and we, looked at it, tweaked it a little bit, and we still probably have a few tweaks to make, but the framework itself, I think we can make work. There'll be a few challenges for myself and Belinda at Robinson because we have some 5 sections and this is really a 4-section schedule. So we have to work around those challenges. But I think with some conversation, we've been able to figure out how to make that work. So at the elementary level, I think almost all the elementary principals at some point in time were at all of those meetings. So.
Hey, this is Joe Vredax. I wanted to jump in as well. And John, your question about the process itself, from the get-go, when we began these meetings with Tony, the principals, I would say Melody's probably right. In January, Tony could probably give us the dates on that. But it wasn't anything top down. I mean, we started with a conversation just simply, what are the different kinds of schedules that are out there? 9-period day, 10-period day, block period, block schedules, and went through like all of those options. And it was a very collaborative discussion, a lot of consensus before we moved forward with any one thing. There were meetings where we spent an hour and a half really diving into and massaging our way through, obstacles in the schedule to try and come to those consensus. So I felt like at all times it was something that we were all really involved in and had a hand and a voice in order to help come up with this final product and result.
Thank you both for those comments. I'm really glad to hear about the leadership groups within each of the buildings, and I'm assuming that was done in all the buildings. And I really like, Joe, your comment about it was a bottoms-up initiative, because I think, having staff involved, obviously, to build a great team, you have to have great team members, and they all have to feel like they're supported and their voices heard. So we appreciate your efforts there. I did have one, possibly 2 other questions. One is, are the schedules identical for all schools? So I'm assuming that all the elementary schools, the schedules are going to be identical, as will the intermediate.
They will be, Melody alluded to this a little bit. When you have buildings like Fruzen and McNeil that will have some grade levels that will have 6 sections versus Aldrich where you have 4 sections, there are subtle nuances and little differences in Melody. Alluded to it also at the elementary level. Her school is going to have some grade levels that have 5 sections, whereas Merrill has 2 sections. So that increased enrollment scheduling is really predicated completely on student enrollment. Your numbers by grade level determines what your allocation is, and then that's what you use to build your specialist rotations and your core rotations, et cetera. So for the most part, the structure of the schedules across the system will be the same. And we've really had some discussions with the principals at all levels about the importance of keeping some of those anchors in place, like common planning time for a particular grade level, so that they can collaborate across the system. If we're not going to have early release and things like that, because those opportunities to share and grow together are important.
This is Peg. I'm going to jump in as well. So not only is that framework and structure similar from building to building, the opportunities for our students are consistent across districts. So access to programming and courses are consistent.
And John, I'm just going to jump in one more time that it has been, for years, I've been in the elementary setting, and we've never been able to give elementary staff an hour prep every day. So that will be a welcome preparation time for those teachers.
Good to hear. Thank you for that feedback and that information. One last question. How do we currently sit with staffing at each of the buildings? And I'm guessing that this is all over the board and it's kind of unknown at this time, but do we have people to fill all the specialty areas at this time, or are we short? Obviously that brings up the whole HR issue of its own, but if somebody could elaborate on that a little bit.
John, it's Melody again. Are you talking about music, art, PE, those specialists, or regular teachers? That would be
no, that you're exactly right. Those specialists.
I'm not aware that we're short any specialists at the elementary level at this point. So
this is Peg again. I'll jump in. We've had the staffing conversations with each of the building principals and have our posting plan going on. Again, the schedules that you saw tonight are FTE neutral. So unless there's movement and resignations or retirement within district, we would have staffing planned for each of those positions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from the committee members? Okay, hearing none. That was an informational presentation, so there's no action required on that. We'll move on to number 2, which is going to be, number 3, the policy for translation discussion update. And this was done a few months back. We had a board or a committee meeting in which it was brought up about the policies being translated into Spanish. And at that time, there was, I think, the core or some of the policies had been, but not all of them. So we had a discussion about that. There was also a discussion, and we initiated an ad hoc committee to explore that option at the time. And at that time, Wendy Sanchez was on the board. And now that she's not on the board, she's not on heading up that committee as well. So we talked about it. I think we want to have a discussion about that. If there's, Michelle, can you provide us any information as far as where we're at, or can anyone else for that matter, where we're at with the policies and the translation of them, and how much of the work has been done, and what percent needs to be done?
Well, I would say that basically the policies that have been translated into Spanish are those that are used in like the student family handbook, the code of conduct, those types of policies that are most commonly used by families and the public. And those have been done over the years, typically by one of our employees who helps update those documents. But as far as once the discussion started happening, the last that had happened was the decision to kind of form this group of people who were going to decide like how many of the policies need to be translated. Do all of the policies need to be translated? What policies are important to families? You know, what policies do people really need translated? Do we really need to do all of them? If we are going to do all of them, where should we start? Like, which ones are the most important to do? Or, are we finding that the most important ones that need to be done are already done, and we just need to make them more prominent for people that need them in Spanish? That kind of thing. And that's kind of where we had left off with the committee idea. And then, because Wendy was trying to finish up her other ad hoc group before she started this one, and then the timing of everything, now she's off the board. So if somebody else wants to take up that charge and go that route, that would be up to the board to decide. If not, that's up to the board to decide. So I guess that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Well, I believe that all the policies need to be translated. I don't think but it's a matter of prioritizing them and realizing that there's it takes time to do that. And we want to obviously keep the cost down as much as we possibly can. I guess I would defer to others as far as the prioritizing that and determining, okay, which ones should be done first. And then I guess the second question would be, would it be possible? My understanding is that we have 3, possibly more people within the district that have already participated and helped out with the translation. Would it be possible to have them have time dedicated each week? And I'm not talking about vast amount of time to be able to help and assist with the translation of these policies and kind of develop a schedule to say, here's what what we'd like to achieve, and then have a timetable for that to hopefully get this done, let's say by September 1st. And is that a reasonable request? And I guess that's maybe a question for Sue, or let's start out with that. And committee members, is there any comments that you would like to add to that?
Hi, Megan Miller. So I guess one of my concerns is I would be in favor of, if we're able to, given the resources that we have in the district, translate all of our board policies into Spanish adequately and in a timely fashion, then I think that's fine. If we're not sure of that answer, then I think we do need to keep the ad hoc and maybe move forward with that. So I'll wait to hear what Sue has to say, but if that's the latter is the case, I'd be happy to take that on, unless we're able to handle it, in which case we don't need to have the ad hoc.
Okay. Spencer, do you have anything to add?
I don't, but I do agree with you where we do have to get all the policies translated. So that
Okay.
we at least understand them.
Yeah, John,
Yep.
I agree. I think that we should continue with a committee. We would need a new chair for that committee, and it would be good to have a school district employee participate on that committee and help to determine the priorities and set up a time frame.
Okay. Megan, you had mentioned it sounded like you volunteered to take on that role.
I would be delighted to do so. And I think where we left it was we still were going to solicit for some community members that were interested in participating as like an advisory and participation role. So I would, of course, defer to Dr. Green to see like whoever she feels would be good to have on her committee. That would be awesome. I'd be happy to be a part of it. But I do feel like then this week we should probably put some kind of a sign up out on the website to get that community participation and get that organized.
That sounds like a great idea, Megan. We can move forward with getting something on the website. I'm sure Monica can do that for us and see if we can get some community members who want to be a part of that committee.
Sounds great.
Okay, then I think we might need a motion then, since we don't have a chair for that existing committee, to appoint Megan Miller as the chair of the ad hoc committee. Okay, and I'll second that. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you, Megan, for taking on that role. So I'll leave it to you then, and then hopefully we'll have an update. Maybe even how about next meeting? We just have an update as far as where we're at on that. Is that okay?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next area, we're moving into 4A, which is the RFP updates, and that I believe is Mr. Winters. Is Sean on the call?
Yep. Sean's having microphone issues, so I'm going to switch places and he'll be talking for me. So just imagine the female head on his voice.
Okay.
Okay, can you, so you can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So the purpose of my presentation tonight is twofold. I want to talk about RFPs, which stands just for our new members, which stands for Request for Proposals. That we have released, and one of them that we want to seek the committee's approval for. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to just briefly talk about the RFPs we released and then delve into the approval for the pool. So a couple of the RFPs released would be a swing set replacement for a Converse, McNeil Gym sound system that we released and that we are looking at the responses. The one RFP that we will be releasing shortly will be for Todd Hackett and Cunningham bathroom remodels. The RFP that we are looking for approval on would be for our high school pool. Yep. Go ahead.
Is it possible for you to screen share with us and with the rest of the group?
Not having on my computer. Let's see if we can do that.
He has the attachments for the pool RFP. He did the RFPs that were put out for the other groups. It was an informational that were out on our website. We have not evaluated them, so we're not presenting those. That was just informational of what projects we were looking at that we have, because we asked the committee to allow us to go out for getting those price estimates. So we just wanted to give you an update of what we've asked for, but we're not presenting any action on those, as some of them are not closed and we're still evaluating the necessity of certain projects. He wanted to speak directly about the pool RFP, which is what he attached the quote and the one reference bid in there.
That's fine. That's fine.
Do you want him to present that? Because I can put that up on the screen.
No, Sean, go ahead and proceed to the way you were before. But also, once it gets up, when you have the attachments, if you can share that with the group, that would be great.
Sure. So in dealing with the pool, the pool's been an issue. I'm going on 4 years here now. It's been an issue since day one. The first 2 years of my tenure here, I've been thinking I'm trying to work out the bugs in the pool. And the last 2 years, coming to realization, they're not bugs. It is actually the filtration system itself. It is actually the UV, the ultraviolet light system itself. So we're plagued by the same three issues with our pool mechanics. Typically, the problem stems from our DE, which is a diatomaceous earth filtration system. It also deals with our pumps, which is due to the filtration system, and our UV system, our ultraviolet light system. Our current filtration system, the DE system, is not only labor intensive, but we spend an immense amount of resources just keeping the pool afloat. Everything from water, which we use 60,000 gallons a year just to backwash our filtration system. To put that into perspective, if we were to switch to the sand filtration system, which we want to move forward with, we would save. Now this is ultra conservative. We would save at least 36,000 gallons of water a year. The UV system has been down all year. We've brought in our local contractor to try and get it working. We even brought in the technicians from the company that made the UV system. We cannot get this thing running. In the past 2 years, just on the pool pumps, which relate back to the filtration system, because the filtration system is not allowing our pumps to work at optimal capacity. Between that, and the UV system and the countless hours on the DE, we've spent over $25,000, $25,351 just in the past 2 years, just on those 3 systems. That's not including chemical. That's not even including labor. Hundreds of hours of labor, and that is not an exaggeration. Our pool has been down last year for our giant pool meet, which we had. I can't remember how many schools that were going to come here the next day. But of course, as luck has it, our pool system goes down, and it dealt with our pumps and it dealt with our filtration system. So, and since I've been here, since just this last year, the pool has been down 6 times for at least a day, and once for over a week. So it is a very unreliable platform. The technology that goes into this filtration system is from 1950. And that's not an exaggeration, that's not a guess, that is a 1950s technology. There are a bunch of tines in the filtration system. Think of it as this huge vat with a bunch of tines on it, and these tines go into this DE material. These tines have a bunch of socks on them, and these socks are what keeps this very fine powder-like, it's almost like talcum powder, in its consistency from going into the pool. These socks we cannot change. You're supposed to change them every time that you rebed the system, which is typically about every 1.5 years. We can't change them because we can't lift the lid higher than a foot, and that is due. I mean, the roof is there. So what I will tell you is one day we are going to walk into the pool, and the pool will be white, and the white will be the diatomaceous earth material in the pool. So why I'm recommending that we move forward with this new filtration system, we're not only going to save at the minimal 36,000 gallons of water a year, we're going to save tremendous amounts of labor just in backwashing. But more importantly, we're going to give our students, our athletes, our community a stable pool mechanical system, one that we can actually rely on.
Sean, the current filtration system that we have, I mean, the pool is what, how old now? 6 years old, 7 or 8 years old?
Yeah, it was 13, I believe.
Okay.
23.
So there's no warranty on that at all, or is it just it's none at all?
None.
Okay.
Nothing with that. John, it does boil down to, in my opinion, it is the wrong filtration system for the pool that we have. Would I have recommended the DE if I would have been here? No. Okay. If you look on the attachment, you'll see that the contractor has listed some schools on there that are switching from DE to sand filters.
Right, and I noticed that. Is that something you can share on the screen with?
Yep, we're doing it right now.
Okay. And I take it that this is something that has come about over the last several years? I mean, it's because my question is if it's a bad filtration system, why did we install it in the first place?
I've asked that question multiple times, and typically it would be a spec from either the district asked for it, which I don't think so, or it'd be from the probably from the people that we hired to do the mechanicals for the pool.
Okay.
You know, the drawings. The DE, you know, is it a better system that's going to give you this bright pool, you know, this bright colored water? Yes, but it is so labor intensive. It is so expensive to maintain, which is why you are seeing cities, you know, municipalities, school districts especially, getting out of DE and going towards sand.
Okay. Megan, Spencer, do you have any questions?
The one question I have, if we switch to this, is there any kind of warranty as like from the person that's installing it or anything like that?
I mean, the warranty on the new sand system?
Yes.
Yeah, typically it's a year warranty, and which covers the labor and the hardware, I guess, if you want to say that. Terraco, we've been working with Terraco since I've been here. They're a fantastic company. I've worked with them in a previous school district. Spencer, the nice thing about the sand filter system, it is a basic system. It is, honest to God, it is sand and rocks in these vessels. That's it. There's not a lot that can go wrong with these filtration systems. The problem with the DE is that there are so many variables in what issues can be brought up. And typically, if we have an issue, we wind up calling our contractor because it's beyond us. The sand system is just a fantastic, tried and true means of filtering our water.
Okay. Megan, do you have any questions?
Not at this time. I wonder if any other board members do.
Sean, I did have one question was, let's see here, and I just lost my train of thought on it. So if somebody else can jump in or wishes to. I know. Are there funds in the budget? I guess you're talking about a large ticket item here, $104,000.
Yes.
Okay, so there's funds available to take care of it.
Yeah, John, what in my RFP that I released, I put it that the work would not begin until July 1 and would be completed by August 1st.
Okay.
And so what that would do is allow me to use my budget for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
And just to put things into perspective, if there's one project, if I had to pick one project out of any project that I do, this would be it.
All right. All right. Well, that's what we have you in the position for, Sean, we trust your judgment on that. So, okay. And board members, any other questions at all for Sean? Hearing none, do we have a motion on this?
I'd like to make a motion to recommend that we move this to the board for approval.
Second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Sorry, aye.
All right. All those opposed, motion carried. Okay, moving on to, thank you, Sean, very much for that presentation. All right. We'll move on to the closing here, agenda for future items. Megan, do you have anything for future meetings?
I think I already submitted via email. I think we were just going to look at a budget update on
Yep.
what our COVID spending has been.
Yep. And Spencer, any from you?
None at the moment.
Okay. All right. Next meeting date will be, what date do we have on this? I'd like to get back to the regular schedule that we've had in the past, which is the first Tuesday of the month at 5:15. And that would put us out at, looking at my calendar here quickly, or trying
June 2nd.
June 2nd. You're correct. Yes. So next meeting, June 2nd, Tuesday, 5:15. All right. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Committee meeting to order. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Levy? Here. Wong?
Here.
Jacobs?
Here.
All members are present virtually.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. May I have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on next to the approval of the minutes for April 7th. May I have approval? Oops, sorry, guys. I need to back up.
Stephanie, I got a question regarding that. I
Yeah.
mean, Amy and I were not on this committee at that time. Should we be approving minutes that we weren't a part of the committee with?
For today's agenda? Are you referring to, John?
What's that?
Are you referring to today's agenda?
Yeah.
Because
No, no.
I didn't make it either.
Okay.
Because we have some positions that need to be brought forth tonight to the full board. Was
Okay.
my understanding. Are you guys all right with that?
With I guess the only question I have is regarding the approval of the minutes, and that's it. The other stuff I'm fine with.
Okay, so are you which approval of the minutes? April 7th?
April 7th.
The minutes from
or-
the April 7th meeting, can we table it and have an opportunity to review the meeting and then go back and watch the meeting if
Oh,
it
I
was
see
on,
what you guys
if
are
that
saying.
was
Sure.
publicized?
Yes, absolutely. Do you want to do the same thing with April 28th?
Yes, I would.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that, guys. Thank you. Yep, we can do that for next time then. Sound good?
Yep.
Sounds
Okay.
fine.
Thank you. All right, so Amy, I just learned something from you. Now I'm understanding a little bit more about your minutes.
You would need a motion to postpone those minutes until the next meeting.
Okay, do I have a motion? Can I do a motion, Kyle, to do both approval of the minutes from April 7th and the minutes from April 28th, or do they need to be separate?
Nope, you could do one motion to cover both of them. And, Robert's rules tip is to use the word postpone and not table.
All right, so can I make the motion then?
You shouldn't as the chair.
I
Yeah.
should not. Okay,
I'll
guys.
make the motion.
Amy, okay.
I'll make the motion to table the approval of the minutes for April 7th and April 28th.
Do I hear a second?
I think we need to use the language postpone.
John, do you want to redo the motion?
I motion to postpone the approval of the minutes for the April 7th and the April 28th meetings.
I second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Are there any other discussions or questions? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of postponing the minutes for April 7th and April 28th, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we will postpone the minutes for the April 7th and April 28th meeting. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to appointment of the vice chair. John, would you be willing to be the vice chair of the Policy and Personnel Committee?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you then. John is appointed as the vice chair of the Policy and Personnel Committee. And that now brings us to the review of the Policy and Personnel Committee purpose, which I will go over with everyone when it comes up. Okay. So, does everybody have a copy of the Policy and Personnel Committee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll start with letter A. Duties of the Policy and Personnel Committee. Number 1, policy A. Review the Master Policy Logbook, or the MPL, on a 5-year cycle and recommend to the entire board necessary changes. Policies requiring annual review are marked as such in the MPL and will be reviewed by committee members annually. Letter B. Regularly recommend creation, deletion, or modification of current policies to the whole board for action. Letter C. The superintendent or designee will attend committee meetings. D. May appoint ad hoc advisory committees in accordance with board policy and established procedures. Number 2, personnel. Work with the superintendent and or designee on deadlines and strategies for contract negotiations and make recommendations to the board. Letter B, recommend to the board changes in salary schedules and pay schedules for all employees of the district. Letter C, study and consider all personnel issues brought to its attention by the superintendent of schools and make recommendations as deemed advisable. Letter D, review superintendent's personnel recommendations and make appropriate recommendations to the full board. Letter E, may appoint ad hoc advisory committees in accordance with board policy and established procedures. And letter F, the superintendent and the executive director of business, human resources, and operations will be a regular attendee at committee meetings. Letter B, duties of the Policy and Personnel Committee Chair. Number 1, chair committee meetings. 2, establish the agenda in consultation with the superintendent and or designee and provide public notice for all meetings. Number 3, report to the board at monthly business meeting on recommendations regarding policy and personnel matters. And number 4, appoint a vice chair of the committee. Any questions or discussion? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Hearing none, then we will move on to number 2, items for discussion / action. All right, for items under discussion action, we have to recommend approval to the full board for authorizing the board hearing officer / board expulsion officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin Statute 120.13 1E 1 through 4, effective July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 per resolution 19/20.01. And I'm going to go ahead and read that documentation. Everyone has that?
Yes.
Yep.
Resolution 2021.01, expulsion of pupils. Authorizing the board hearing officer / board expulsion officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin Statutes 120.13 1E 1 through 4, effective July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Whereas This Board of Education hereby authorize the board hearing officer / board expulsion officer to serve as a hearing agent appointed by the board. Whereas the board hearing officer / board expulsion officer may expel a pupil from school whenever the board hearing officer / board expulsion officer finds that the pupil engaged in conduct that constitute grounds for expulsion and is satisfied that the interest of the school district of Beloit demands the pupil's expulsion. And that's Wisconsin Statute 120.13, 1E, 2A. Whereas no administrator may be designated to participate in an expulsion hearing, as such designation would present an intolerably high risk of unfairness in the decision-making process. Whereas within 30 days after the date on which the order is issued, the Board of Education shall review the expulsion order and shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the order. The order of the board hearing officer / board expulsion officer shall be enforced while the Board of Education reviews the order. Whereas the expelled pupil, or if the pupil is a minor, the pupil's parent or guardian may appeal the Board of Education's decision to the state superintendent. If the Board of Education's decision is appealed to the state superintendent, within 60 days after the date on which the state superintendent receives the appeal, the state superintendent shall review the decision and shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the decision. The decision of the Board of Education shall be enforced while the state superintendent reviews the decision. An appeal from the decision of the state superintendent may be taken within 30 days to the Circuit Court of Rock County. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the School District of Beloit, Rock County, Wisconsin, to authorize the hearing officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin Statutes 120.13, 1E, 1 through 4, effective July 4th, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall remain in effect until June 30th, 2021. Okay. And now I need a little help. That's all I need to read at this time. Correct, Kyle? Kyle? Okay. John?
Yep. Right,
That's correct.
I try to click on it. Yep, that's it. So, Stephanie, you would just be looking for a motion to recommend that to the full board for approval.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. So, do I have a motion to take this to the full board?
I am hesitant, but I will wait for discussion.
Okay.
I move for approval.
Okay. Do I have a second? I do not have a second. Can we go right to the questions or discussion at this point?
Stephanie, you could second the motion, or Amy, you also could for the purpose of discussion. And then who from admin would be answering any questions or helping Amy with any concerns that you have?
Okay, should I go ahead and I'll second it? And then Amy, before the questions or discussions, I'll say that the motion then is recommending approval to the full board for authorizing Michael Olerich, attorney at law, and Michael Holland, attorney at law, as the board hearing board hearing officer / board hearing expulsion order. I'm sorry. Respectively, to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin Statute 120.13, 1E, 1 through 4, effective July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, per resolution 20/21.01. So, do we have any questions or discussion?
Yes. So I see the role of the board as one of the most important decisions we can make is if a free and appropriate education is being taken away from a pupil. And I'm questioning the no administrator may be designated to participate in expulsion hearing, as such designation would present an intolerably high risk of unfairness in the decision-making process. I understand that other administrators and other districts do bring these situations before the board for review and the decision is made. So my question is, what is unique about our district that would present an intolerably high risk or unfairness? Because we trust our administrators to make so many decisions, I would trust them to be fair and impartial in the presentation of evidence to the board.
Amy, if I could respond to that. Our school principals do bring to the board in the form of a recommendation of what they believe needs to happen. They do the entire investigation of a situation that would bring the student to this type of a hearing. We just utilize this person so that we have a consistent practice in any type of expulsion hearing and that we adhere to all legal components in the practice. But our principals absolutely do take a role in this process.
So Sue, in your professional opinion, since the administrators are already, it seems like what you're saying, managing the investigation of every instance that's brought before the board, why are we paying an additional $75,000 to have a third party involved?
We do it to protect the district in all legal matters, to make sure that we are adhering to all of the code that would be required to process these correctly. We would not want each of our principals to also have that amount of expectation. Their expectation is following the code of conduct, understanding the student's situation, and making the decisions to bring it to this process. Many years ago, when we first started this process, a few of us as building principals were indeed trained to be the hearing officers. And as the process throughout the state increased in number, we all found that it was necessary to have a legal representative. And both of these gentlemen, I believe, are attorneys and work under the training that they have. Our principals don't have that degree of legal training.
Okay, so my next question is, especially since we are currently physically out of school and expulsions are not happening, I understand that we need to be prepared to move forward in the event that we are all back in our buildings. But is this something that could be handled by our district legal team? Could we explore if they have the expertise and if that amount would be under the $75 that we would contract out to these two gentlemen?
No, it is recommended that we have someone who specializes in this type of school law.
So just for clarification, currently the district legal staff that we have does not have the expertise in school law to handle hearings?
Well, we could hire through that firm. It would probably cost us a very different amount of money. They would have it. It's just that what they specialize in, and that is not what we've worked with our different attorneys to do. We, as most districts, do follow this practice of hiring someone to act as our hearing officer to handle the volume. And also they, get a good understanding of our district. They get to know our principals, they know our system and our policies. And it does work to have these people as part of the team to do the process.
Okay, so just two additional questions, and then I think I'm done. One, what is the length of this contract? And then, what is the length of the contract? And then second, right under the point I just brought up, that the board within 30 days will approve, reverse, or modify the order. If someone could shed light, I just want to make sure that this isn't a rubber stamp, that we have all of the information that we need to approve, reverse, or modify the order.
Yeah, and I certainly understand your concerns. This is a practice that has taken our district and many districts a time to, an amount of time to get it to working as well as it does and to be a fair and consistent practice. for all of our hearings and to understand all of the legal purposes that are involved. I believe you asked about the contract, and I believe I can double check with Michelle, but I believe it's a one-year contract each time, Michelle, or each year.
The resolution is for 1 year, July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, and it has to be done annually.
Amy, did you have any other questions or concerns?
No, thank you, Sue. Just for clarity, that the board will receive all pertinent information in order to approve, reverse, or modify the order. That's correct, right?
Oh, absolutely, Amy.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Great
Good question.
All right. So at this point, then we have a motion on the table. Do I need to read it again? John, Amy?
I'm good with it.
I'm good as it stands.
Okay.
I just wanted to make the comment that we went out for legal counsel and there was an RFP done probably about a year and a half ago. And that was when, was it Lori Medina's retired? And it was at that time that we went out and we wanted to stay local, I think, just for the purpose of keeping the cost down.
Okay. All right. So all in favor of approving? Do I need to say that again? Do I need to read it all again? You two are both okay, right?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I just want to make sure I'm following those Robert rules.
Yep.
So, okay, then the motion carries. Then everybody.
But yes.
All in
all
favor?
those-
Pardon me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'm just going to read it one more time then. So I have a motion recommending approval to the full board for authorizing Michael Olerich, attorney at law, and Michael Holland, attorney at law, as the board hearing officer / board hearing expulsion officer, respectively, to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin statute 120.13, 1E, 1 through 4, effective July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, per resolution 20/21.01. So all in favor of approving it, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. The motion carries. So that brings us to number 3, personnel items. Does anyone have any questions that would require us to go into closed session at this time?
I do.
Okay. I need a motion made then, please, to go into closed session.
I move that the committee goes into closed session pursuant to section 19.851C relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Michelle, may I have roll call?
Jacobs,
Here.
Levy,
Here.
Wong,
Aye.
All right, then we will go into closed session. So now my understanding is we need to, everyone understands how to go back into to get off the public link to go into the private now?
Is there a private Google Meets, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we need to log off the public
policy personnel one, John.
All right.
and go to the, okay. All right, we will go into closed session at this time and then reconvene to open after we're done. Thank you. Everybody back and open?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then, so may I have approval of the May 12th, 2020 employment recs? Need a motion and a second? Or do we have to do that again?
Do we approve them or does that go to the full board? Do we just, or motion to move them to the full board, correct?
We need to move it into full board, correct?
Yeah.
We're not, yeah, we can't approve it.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
okay.
this is- I'm sorry, it's just a motion to approve to move it to the full board.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? All right, the motion carries. Okay, and that now brings us to future agenda items. Does anyone have anything for future agenda?
I have a question and a recommendation. If we could put on our post, our pay scale, that is a recruiting tool, if we could just be clear on that. And my question is, our pay scales, are those published somewhere? How would someone have access to that?
Joanne, do you have some feedback for us? Or should that
Yes.
just should be put on the, I'm sorry, Joanne, or should we just put that down for the future?
Well, I don't know. I don't have a problem with addressing it now if that's fine with everybody here. It's not an agenda item, so I don't want to violate.
Correct.
Yeah, it should be a future agenda item maybe.
Yeah.
At the next meeting.
That's fine. We can cover it at the next
Okay,
meeting.
Amy,
I
can
will
you
bring
say
it.
that one more time so I can jot it?
Oh, absolutely. I am requesting that we discuss our postings and making sure that we identify the salary wage range as for recruited individuals. And the second item is one, if pay scales across the board in the district are public, and if yes, where that information can be found.
Oh, across the border public. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay.
Nope.
Thank you. All right then. Next meeting date, does May 26th work for both of you?
Yes.
John?
Yep, works for me.
Okay, then we'll meet on May 26th, and it is now time for adjournment. Adjournment is, may I have a motion for us to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Michelle, are you ready for the Oversight and Finance Committee?
Yes, I am.
All right. It is 6:42 and I am calling to order the Oversight and Finance Committee meeting. Michelle, could we have roll call, please?
Delgado,
Present.
Jacobs,
Present.
Levy.
Here.
All members are present through virtual Google Meet.
Thank you, Michelle. Could we have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Next, could we have an approval of the minutes from the April 14th meeting? A motion to approve, please.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second that. Even though I was not present, I have reviewed the recording of it and read the minutes as well.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is appointment of a vice chair. Maria, would you serve as vice chair for this committee?
I would be delighted to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, I would like to share the purpose for the Oversight and Finance Committee. The purpose is to study and evaluate student achievement, support for teachers, meetings, and needs of the community, current year budget expenditures and adjustments, and making appropriate recommendations to the full board. Number 1, monthly, review administration summary of bills, payroll, and cash position statement. Number 2, quarterly, note outlays which have exceeded budget request and determine at least line item explanation of the reason for the overage. Number 3, periodically, consider costs in terms of insurance policies and financial service contracts, e.g. audit, banking, especially as financial climate changes, opportunities arise, or contracts expire. And here reports from internal financial services specialists describing their function and expertise. An example, accounts payable, especially as these relate to matters of the board's special interest. Number 4, as needed, consider status of funds and properties available or soon to be available to the district. Number 5, study and consider immediate and unanticipated facility needs and receive updates on current construction/maintenance projects. Number 6, to be knowledgeable about the various assessment tools and strategies that are used to demonstrate individual student learning and overall student progress. Number 7, annually review and present school clubs to the full Board of Education. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Number 8, study, review, and make recommendations to the board biannually, school years ending in odd number, regarding the district code of conduct and athletic codes. Number 9, may appoint ad hoc advisory committees in accordance with board policy and established procedure. 10, receive quarterly updates on strategic progress. And 11, review individual school progress and present to the board as necessary. Are there any questions about the role of the Oversight and Finance Committee?
I'm good.
None here.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll receive reports. The first is student device distribution updates, and it looks like Ms. Armstrong will be leading that.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to share, there had been a request for information on what we have done to establish our device distribution to our students. And so I wanted to share a spreadsheet that I have been working on. Can you all see this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So this goes back to starting April 13th when I didn't collect all the data before that, but this is when we actually scheduled all the pickups at our schools. So as you can see, like when I'm hovering over Aldridge on Wednesday, they had device pickups for 4th and 5th grade from 9 to 11, 12 to 2 for 6th and 7th grade, and 3 to 6 for 8th grade or any others who were unable to make it. You'll see very similar breakouts at McNeil. They did by grade level. That was try to contain how we had too many people. We wanted to get the device signature cards so that every parent or family that accepted a device had to sign a technology agreement knowing that they were taking that device, because prior to this, only our high school students were assigned a one-to-one device. So they our elementaries and intermediate schools had not signed acknowledgement agreements that they're responsible for the device while it's in their home. So we also gave them information on our tech helpline. But what I kind of want to just highlight is all the opportunities that we have had, especially in that first week, for everybody to pick up devices. As you can see, as I scrolled down, we have continued to have device pickups so that as we get calls that people don't have a device or they needed assistance, we are putting in those requests. Now, able to organize our staff and make sure that we are keeping safe, what I'm doing now is putting in who is coming in from what times, because we have closed our buildings, of course, to all traffic of principals, administration, and staff. The only ones in the buildings, if they are not on this approved list for times that they've coordinated with me, they should not be in their building. Unfortunately, we had some situations where people were coming in. They knew their custodian, they wanted to grab something. And so we needed to take better control to keep our Airmark staff safe and also keep the employees in the building safe. So we did now institute this where we have pickups at one time a week. They have to call me and let me know or email me asking for requests. So as you can see, we still have buildings coming in. If they don't have a request time in here, they have not indicated that they have any students or families that need to pick up a device. So we are usually pretty consistent and able to answer any requests that they want for timeframes. And this way, this has been shared with the maintenance and custodial staff so that they know if these people come into their building, these are approved people to be in the building and they don't have to question why they're there. They expect it and they can stay distance from those individuals as they come in to keep everyone safe. So we continue to monitor requests from the buildings. Anytime that they are requesting access, we try to accommodate those. And we also will have an occasional request from maybe a secretary to come into the building to do their bill payments or something that some of our work still continues. Those are also indicated on here. So this is not just for device handouts. Primarily, that is who is reported on here. But you will see a couple occasions where you may see a secretary or a media para coming in to help with the reassignment of devices. So I'm not quite sure if that's exactly what you guys were looking for as an update. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. I appreciate you.
Oh, I lost my sound. I don't think I can hear anybody.
I can hear you, Joanne. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Stephanie. I can't hear Amy. She stopped mid-sentence.
Yeah, I heard the same thing. That happened to me before, but I lost everybody and then I just turned off my computer and started again.
Okay.
Do you think we should do that?
I can hear Maria.
Yeah, let's give her a second to see if she comes back.
Yeah, she might be frozen.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to text her.
Okay.
My apologies. Something just happened and I was dropped out of the meeting. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you now, Amy. You cut off mid-sentence, so I didn't know if
Perfect.
I had answered all your questions.
Yes, I was in the process of thanking you for putting that together and making it shareable. 2 questions. The first is, do we provide delivery with devices similar to what we do with lunches if there is a family that can't manage transportation to get to their building?
Yes, we have coordinated a couple of deliveries for those families. We're not making it a normal practice, and we usually work with the building administration. But in the event we have had some students that have either been exposed or had family members exposed or just absolutely could not get there, we are making those arrangements to get them the devices.
Okay, perfect. And then my second question, which you may need to get back to me if you don't know offhand, is my concern is that our teachers and administrators logging, if there are students that have not logged on, and the reason may be because they don't have a device, and then what, if any, is the follow-up process for any student that has not logged on?
Yep, I'm going to let Missy Beavers speak to that because we are doing definite contact and identifying those students that we haven't had contact. So go ahead, Missy.
Thank you.
Yep. Hi, Amy. We were going to discuss this later. I don't know if you want me to address it now, Sue.
No, that's fine. In the full board meeting?
Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sue. This was part of.
Nope, I can wait. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Yep. Okay.
Do any other committee meeting members have questions?
I do not.
Okay. Are there any board members who are attending the meeting that have any questions?
I kind of had a question similar to what you asked, but more so towards teachers logging in. The students that have actually picked up a device, because I think the report that Joanne showed only showed, the times that there was availability for students to come and pick up the devices. But do we have any type of log that would show all the students having a device available to them?
Yes, we have. We did the initial survey where people, families indicated whether they had a device or they had internet access and who didn't. When they arranged pickup, our iPads, even if they were not able to take them home, they are assigned to a student. And so we actually have to have that list of students that pick them up because they are picking up their iPad that they use in the school setting. And because it's assigned to them in our asset system. So that is the device they're getting. So we have pages and spreadsheet after spreadsheet of every student that has picked up a device. And the buildings have made contact with those families, as Ms. Beavers is going to talk about later.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll move on to the distance learning update.
All right, good evening. This is Peggy Mellencamp. And I too am responding to some information, some questions that were shared with us. Let me share my screen. For a distance learning update, specifically the questions revolved around some of the platforms that we're using for classroom instruction, and then also some professional development for our teachers and our administrators. And as you can imagine, the world pivoted quickly to go from brick and mortar instruction to some type of online learning platform. So this, what you're hearing from me is not unique to Beloit. This is something teachers across the nations, administrators and boards across the nation have had to make some really quick instructional delivery changes. And when we initially closed our buildings on May 13th and started our initial distance learning plan, we had thought that we would be back, or had hoped that we'd be back with our students on April 6th. And then we discovered the need that this is going to be longer and had a more formal framework. And at that time, we did consider going to a uniform, whether it's Google Classroom, Seesaw, or Class Dojo, as those uniform instructional platforms that we support across the district. And we really felt, in all fairness to our teachers and our students and the platform, to be able to give them that latitude to be able to select the platform that they are most familiar with, and that their students are most familiar with, to make those rapid changes. So at this time, we don't have just one singular platform that's district recommended, although as we move forward, we do want to narrow those platforms so that we can better support them district-wide for not only our staff, but our students and families. One of the this is where there's kind of some overlapping with the professional development of buildings. Every building has just been so supportive of each other in their teamwork and really supporting their colleagues in utilizing the platforms and learning more about them. The platforms themselves are not Google Classroom. We have many staff who had been using that with their students, even when we were in our brick and mortar buildings. So it wasn't necessarily a brand new learning curve for every staff or every student. We do on our distance learning websites on the district level and on the building level. There's a lot of tutorials and things and help sheets for our students and for our families to be able to log in and assist with their students having access to those programs. You might hear some of our students talk about logging into Clever. So there's several different things to log into. A student logs into their learning platform, their distance learning platform, such as Google Classroom, to be able to access instruction and resources. But then this program called Clever is a single sign-on, which any of us who have to remember multiple logins and passwords for all your different, whether it's banking and your emails and things like this, what Clever does is it has all of our, or the majority of our curriculum resources and programs for our students, all tied to one singular login and password. And once a student logs into this Clever app, they now have access to their math, their science, and their social studies curriculum resources and programs. And there's also some tutorials that have been shared out with students and families through newsletters and on the distance learning websites. The addition of our student tech desk, our tech help desk, has been really helpful for not only students to be able to call in, but for families as well, to provide support for device difficulties with just a device maybe not working properly, but also they can share if they're having problems logging in or accessing programs, and then we help problem solve. And the turnaround with that team has been really quick, and we're gotten a lot of positive feedback. I think, Amy, your other question was about the ability of, say, a Google Classroom or some of those learning platforms to be able to talk to Skyward, so that if a student completes an assignment in Skyward, that grade is automatically transferred over, or if they complete it in Google Classroom, that grade is automatically logged into Skyward.
Yeah, my major concerns for requesting this update is that, one, I have been hearing from a couple people in the teaching staff, specifically at the high school level, that some of them were struggling with moving from face-to-face to online learning.
Right.
And I just wanted to make sure that, one, we were providing that professional development, being clear about the expectations so that they could, to narrow the focus, so teachers felt comfortable with this very new environment that they were finding themselves in.
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly, making sure, and I thought that possibly the easiest way to do that is if we had consistency. And I appreciate that staff are supporting each other, but if they're working on the same platform, I believe that it would be easier for them to do that. And then my second concern was, yes, if the platform that we selected, which it sounds like right now there are many, if those platforms talk to Skyward. And it looks like in your report, it says right now they don't, but the plan is that in the fall, if we are still in the same situation, that updates will be made over the summer and that it will. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I also want to have the caveat in there that Google Classroom by far is the most widely used tool, but we have a lot of teachers and families who are familiar with ClassDojo and also Seesaw. And when you look at identifying a singular platform that meets the needs of a kindergarten student and a high school student, those are two very different needs and in learning virtual learning environments that we're creating. So I still want to give, and this is where we'll be working with, it's a very similar process that we used when we talked about the scheduling, is working with our building leadership teams and getting teacher feedback of identifying what are those 2 or 3 common platforms that teachers can select from that best meet the needs of their students and their teaching.
No, I absolutely get. But if I'm hearing you correctly, that right now we're doing our best to end the year successfully. But if we find ourselves in this situation to start the year or at some point again, my hope is that we would have consistent platforms by grade level. So the elementary would be on a summer, the intermediates, and then the high school, because I totally get that not one platform will serve the needs of 4K through high school.
And I think we'll better be able to share as we start our planning for what are some of those scenarios might be. We'll be planning that and sharing that back with the board as we close out this year and start planning for next year. We will come back to you with what that plan looks like. I can speak to the ability of Google Classroom and Skyward's ability to talk and transfer grades. At this point, I can't speak to the ability for Seesaw or ClassDojo. Once we narrow those options, we'll also gather that information. And those will be the focus of our professional development. We're currently doing ongoing professional development, sharing opportunities at the building level and then through CISA too. And I linked in some examples, but we will have a much more focused summer and start of school fall professional development for staff that support these decisions and support that, whether it's face-to-face, blended learning once we're back in our buildings, but also through that virtual learning environment.
Perfect. And just speaking selfishly as a parent, it would be helpful if we had something possibly on Parent University. For example, we have a 3rd grader and their building uses ClassDojo. But what I've found is that the student view of that ClassDojo is different from the parent view. So it's actually easier for me to just have her log on as me and then check off her assignments that way. So whatever platform I trust our teachers and our administrators to choose the best platform for the content that they need to deliver to our students. But if we could keep an eye towards consistency, and I think schools are doing a good job of this, but just make sure that like the school newsletters and on the website, those tips to help parents, because homeschooling is new for a lot of us, that would be great. And then my final question is Edgenuity still available for credit recovery with students?
Yes. So, and stop here for just a minute. Edgenuity and Apex are the 2 current programs that we use for our high school credit recovery programs. And we have a limited number of licenses that we are supporting. So, and it's flexible as far as seating and who is enrolled. We have a criteria for who's enrolled in those programs and what courses they take through there.
Thank you. Do any other committee members have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Amy. Peggy, I'm aware that, we're doing the best that we can, and I believe that we are with distance learning because I know that we have an incredible staff in our school district. However, I'm very concerned about the younger children, and I'm thinking more with the 4K third, where we use manipulative so much and there's so much hands-on learning that simply can't be done over a computer. How are we addressing that?
So our immediate response was with our 4K students. We don't have, even when we are face-to-face with our students, our 4K students do not have one-to-one devices in their classroom because we don't feel that it's developmentally appropriate. It is a station option. So we are providing different programming for our 4Kers, and we have shipped out to all of our 4K students to their homes, direct from Scholastic, some learning packets that contain exactly what you're talking about. And so we've addressed that currently with our 4Kers, but moving forward and even into summer school, that is part of our plan of how can we, for example, we have a team that's working on some science resources so that our students can be doing science at home, even with those everyday items that you might find in your home. When they were sharing the list, I think I'd be hard pressed to find a rubber band in my home right now. So, we want to make sure that we have those type of packets and available for distribution to our students, but we're still working out that plan of how do we deliver those safely to our students. So that will be a summer school and beyond plan and rollout.
Right. And I understand. I mean, I get that we're so limited.
Mhm.
I just really worry with the lack of contact with teachers and with the babies that are still learning to read, learning their numbers, learning. We use
Right.
manipulative so much with that. And so these packets, I worry because we worked so hard for so long to get away from that mentality of packets. And
I should say not packets.
You know where
but
I'm going?
manipulative.
Yeah, you know where I'm going, right, Peg?
Right, and I should have said tools. So not
Okay,
only
that makes
do
me
we
feel
have-
better.
yeah, tools. I should have clarified that these tool kits that we would be providing that have some manipulatives. And again, it will be a more scaled down version because our instruction looks very different
Right.
virtually. And I know it doesn't feel right as educators, some of these decisions that we're forced to make in these times. This is a nationwide thing that we're really working through. Just and our teachers are doing such good work reaching out with their students and providing the instruction to their kiddos. They are highly creative in how they're doing that and handling these situations.
And I know we do. And I
Yeah.
know we've got phenomenal teachers, Peggy. I know we do.
Yeah,
And I know
yeah.
that you know what best practice is too. So thank you. I just wanted to be reassured. And then we are getting books into the hands of the kids as much as possible as well.
Yeah, and we just talked about that with our summer school sites, with that fast approach, our lunch sites of what are some of those things that we really want to make sure that we offer for pickup and have available this summer. So we're working on all those plans of how can we get more materials and resources into the hands of our kiddos.
Okay. Thank you, Peggy.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Mellencamp? All right, thank you so much. Next, if we could have our financial report.
Hi, this is Wendy Lapointe in Finance. Can everyone hear me okay?
I can.
Great. Let me see if I can share the screen here. Okay. So March is a busy month for us with revenues. As you can see, we received quite a bit of money, and that is accounted for mostly by per pupil aid and equalization.
I'm sorry, Wendy, could I interrupt you? I'm not sure if you were able to share your screen, but I can't see it, so I'm concerned no one else can.
Oh. Okay, how about that?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. So again, you can see we received a nice chunk of revenue in March. That's mostly per pupil aid and equalization. That typically comes in March and throughout the rest of the year. Other than that, looking like we're on task for this month. I'll scroll down. Our revenues without grants. I know some of you are new on the board, so I'm not sure if you've seen this before. Our tax levy is down this year in Fund 10, so that would account for the majority of the negative balance there. Otherwise, we're pretty much trending the same as last year. There's really no significant changes since February here.
Wendy, if I could pause you on that page, I just saw that negative 4.6 million. If you could just give a very brief overview, because that's a huge number.
Again, our Fund 10 tax levy was significantly lower. That's one of the top lines there. You'll see that negative 9 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So in Fund 10, our levy was significantly lower, and that's accounting for the difference in the revenues.
Could you just very briefly, I just want to make sure for everyone is viewing that we are as helpful as possible as we learn together. What does that mean if your tax levy is down as it pertains to the Fund 10 account?
Well, this past year, hold on, let me get the right piece of paper here. And Joanne has more of the history, but we did not have our revenue limit energy exemption, and that brought down our levy capacity down this year. Am I saying that correct, Joanne?
What the difference is it's showing the difference between last year's tax levy revenue and this year's tax revenue. So the reason that we are levying less this year is, again, because of that 5 million revenue limit energy exemption that we're allowed to do. But we also are getting more aid because we were aided on that revenue limit energy exemption, which is why we take advantage of that, because it continues to be aidable income. So by Wisconsin finance, school districts have a revenue cap that they are only allowed to generate so much revenue, and it shifts from the tax levy to the aid to meet your max. Well, since we had that 5.8 that we were able to be aided on, we received more of our revenue this year from our aid. And then we also levied extra into the defeasance in Fund 39. So you're going to see drastic difference in Fund 39 reporting because we defeased $8 million to pay off debt early. So this was a strategic conversation that we had in the budget adoption process in October, where we wanted to keep our tax rate, which we actually reduced the tax rate on our community, but we're still able to take advantage of this defeasance that will save us over $2 million. So you are seeing that difference in Fund 10 versus Fund 39 of where that levy money is going.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now with our expense analysis, I don't think I can get the whole, well, most of the screen on there. Again, our percentage of our budget is very similar to what we spent last year. So we're on track there as well. You will notice the property repair maintenance is down. And again, that is due to the expiration of that revenue limit energy exemption. So those expenses are down. And otherwise, we're on track. Any questions there?
I don't. Committee members?
None for me.
I'm fine, thank you.
Any other board members listening in that have questions?
Okay. And then our revenue on the grant side, we are slightly up overall, but trending relatively the same. Nothing significant since the February report. Any questions here?
I don't have any.
I'm good.
I'm good.
And I just want to clarify, when we're looking at these grants, a lot of the revenue and the expenses, when you see that little fluctuation, it is primarily due to when we file our claims and when we get the reimbursements back. So you'll always see a little fluctuation, whereas we try to stay a little more consistent in the Fund 10 without the grants. You'll see fluctuation in grants just based on claim history when you do it.
Thank you.
Right, and this is the expense side. Again, trending very similarly percentage-wise compared to this time last year. So far, we've spent a little bit less at this point in the year. But again, nothing significant since the February report, and trending right on target.
And as one point, we may want to point out, this is the March report. So some of our grant expenditures may start to go down and trend a little bit less, because as we know, mid-month, we had closed the building. So our CLC programs were not operating. So that is where you're going to see some of that difference in the next coming months, and that we have received notification from DPI that most of our grants will be able to be rolled over with an extended claim period. So we're not going to be losing those funds, and they're not going to necessarily be capped where they typically are for rollover. But we will start to see some differences in our grant percentages compared to last year, because our situation is changing from last year.
Ms. Armstrong, that's a really good point. Have plans been made as to how that money will be dispersed? Will some of that be dispersed during this school year or summer school, or will we move it into next year for the expenditures as well? And the reason I ask is, I know with the CLC before and after school program, they provide so many great services to our students. And if we could provide not necessarily the service, but some of those activities, and that will look different depending on the building. But if the students that are enrolled in those programs, if we could provide kind of like the toolkits that was sent to the 4Kers, those products to our students, has that been explored?
Yes, excellent point. We have actually been conducting meetings specifically with our CLC as well. There is a concern. We want to make sure that we get to those families and get them resources and tools that they need. However, with the move to distance learning, we did not want to overtax families with the expectation of another hour and a half of online time, as we're still trying to get people used to that environment. So we do have plans in place that we are continuing to develop, but started those plans, I should say, that we will have some opportunities for CLC style programming come the summer months. But we didn't want to add that expectation right now while people are trying to adjust to the new learning environment that we're under. We are continuing to do some PBIS work and do funding that way with spending things, rewarding students with participation and positive behaviors so that we can encourage the participation and the engagement in the distance learning. So we are still considering moving most of that money will roll over that we don't lose, but we have not stopped our buildings from utilizing funds as they need to promote and encourage the distant learning environment and doing the tools and resources that they need.
Joanne, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So all the Title I funding, they're going to let us carry it over?
Yes.
Wow. Well, that's great. Okay. And the CLC, can you refresh my memory? Is that part of Title I?
No, the CLC is the 21st century, and those are only available to our Todd, Fruzen, and McNeil this year.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really excited about the Title I money. That's great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Does anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there future agenda items? I have one. I would love to hear an update on plans for how Title I carryover funds and CLC funds will be spent in our buildings. I think it's fantastic that we have it to spend. So I would love an update on that as it becomes available. If you don't have any future agenda items right now, feel free to email me, and I'll make sure I work with Michelle to get those on our future agenda. So as we bring the meeting to a close, our next meeting date will be Tuesday, June 9th. Does that work for you, Stephanie and Maria?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Works for me. Thank you.
Perfect. If there's nothing else, could we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Excuse me, sorry,
Yes.
one thing. We
Nope, you're
need
fine.
approval. We need approval of the financials
Oh.
to take to the board.
Thank you. You absolutely do. Is there a motion to approve the finance report to move on to the full board?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you so
Next
much.
meeting, oh, no problem. Next meeting date, again, will be Tuesday, June 9th. The time will be determined depending on what other meetings we have that evening. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So move.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, is everybody ready to just keep on rolling?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's move.
I need
All
2
right.
seconds.
You need just a couple of minutes, Michelle?
Yeah, just a few seconds. I just have to save this and switch to the other meeting.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so it is 7:26. I would like to call the regular board meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please, Michelle?
Jacobs,
Here.
Larson,
Here.
Miller, Wong,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Levy,
Here.
Delgado.
Present.
I think I called everybody. And you're all present virtually. Did I miss anybody?
Nope, I think you got everybody, Michelle.
Okay. Sorry, I was mixing you up a little bit tonight.
No problem. So we're all present?
Yes.
All right, thank you. May I have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion or questions about the agenda? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. The agenda is approved. I do want to take a quick minute I like it. It worked really well last time. If you have something to say or would like to ask a question, go ahead and unmute yourself and I can see that on my screen and so that I can keep track. Okay. Brings us to D, the appointment of mentors. So John, would you please mentor Spencer? John? Okay. Megan, will you please mentor Maria?
I would be delighted to.
Perfect. And then I will mentor Stephanie and Amy as committee chairs. All right. John, are you with us?
I think I am. Hear me
Okay.
now?
Yeah. Are you? Will you please mentor Spencer for us?
I would. I'd love to.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. That brings us to public comments time. Michelle, do we have any emails for public comment?
I do not have any emails from the public.
All right. So moving right along, we'll bring us to 3A, the WASB Interim Superintendent Search Planning. So we have Dan Nered here from WASB.
Good evening, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. And Dan, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to throw up that that schedule for everybody to see. That's the wrong thing. All right, so this is the proposed timeline. And then go ahead, Dan, I think we're all set.
All right. Thank you all very, very much. I do look forward to a time that we could be with each other face to face to have these conversations and dialogue. I do want to, before we look at the schedule, I do want to give you an update on a couple of things. First and foremost, I want you to know that as that decision was made for the interim search contract, I had the application sent to me by Joanne, and I very much appreciate having those forwarded to me. And what I received in the main were the resumes, which I had asked for. But more important, I want you to know that I've now been in communication and have had contact with all the applicants for your superintendent search. And there were 23 of them. And I want you to know that I realizing I'm making a generalization here, that I did feel that I had good conversations and good discussions with all of them. And what I explained to them in the main why the search was changed was the board's very strong desire for greater opportunities for staff and community engagement. And I will say to you that there was a good understanding of that. A number of the candidates said that they thought that was a very proper way, and they did have a sense of understanding about the change. I can also tell you, just based on my initial communications with them, that I feel that I can't say that's uniformly true with all of them, but that there is interest remaining in a good number of them to apply when the search becomes available as the more permanent position. At the same time, I also want you to know that there was a good amount of interest in the interim position as well. And so more than anything, I think I've begun to establish some dialogue with those candidates. My hope and intent, unless you would want otherwise, would be to have periodic contacts with them just to see if the interest can be maintained, especially for those that aren't interested in the interim position. So kind of as a bridge into the timeline, I want you to know that a number of those 23 did express interest in the interim position, as I already said, and that number is 13. And what I can tell you is, and I I think this is a good sign and a hopeful sign. Maybe that's a better way to describe it. Is, the position was posted through WSB, the interim position, only end of last week. And at the end of the workday today, there are already 13 applications in for the interim position. I can tell you about half of them are from the original applicant pool, and the other half are people that have just become aware of the interim position and are applying outside of the original applicant pool. In addition, yesterday I had 2 calls from potential candidates because WSD does provide the consultant who's working with a particular district their telephone number. And today I had 1 call from a potential candidate. So those 3, 2 yesterday and 1 today, are not in that mix of 13 right now. And so I feel very hopeful in terms of the number of applicants that we'll have for you to consider for the interim position. And I also do feel hopeful that there will be a number of those that applied for the more permanent position that will remain interested. And I think there's things that we can do to encourage that interest. But I'm not suggesting that there aren't some that are going to need to find another position that's available for them. So with that, maybe I can stop with that and then briefly review the calendar with you, see if you have any questions about that update.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do, Kyle.
Okay, go ahead. And yeah, this one's a little bit trickier because my screen is different since I'm sharing. So go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you. Actually, hi, Dan.
Hi.
And I love what you're telling us, Dan. And I just had a quick question on what you just said, not about the search yet.
Sure.
But am I incorrect in assuming that some people that might be interested in the interim that were also interested originally in the long term just might be that hungry and that interested in us that they're willing to come and show what they've got?
I would say that's very true with some of them. The other thing I would say, this is highly individualistic around, a candidate's particular, current situation. But there are a number that did express this would be an opportunity for me to be able to demonstrate my skills as a superintendent, and I'm willing to take advantage of that. And yet at the same time, I can tell you that there's a candidate that is still remaining interested in the position, but not the interim, because they just bought a home in the community they're in right now and wouldn't want to relocate unless there was more permanency. So that's what I kind of mean by how individual this is based on need. But I guess what this does give me an opportunity to say to you, and when we get a hopeful chance of getting to know each other that much better, I am by nature a kind of a hopeful, optimistic person. But I read a desire in these candidates that I talked to in the applicant pool, a desire to lead in Beloit. And many of them had an understanding of what happened with your most recent superintendent, and they weren't dissuaded by any of that. They were very much wanting to lead in the kind of community that Beloit is, as I currently understand it. And I need to obviously learn more about it, but I did read that in a lot of the candidates.
Thank you.
Dan, can you share with us how many local candidates we have out of that pool?
We're going to talk more about the interim pool, Amy, or the superintendent.
The interim pool.
At this point in time, I don't know that it's an appropriate thing for me to point out where these people are from, especially local, because it may, communicate a sense of, well, it's this person. Other than I can tell you that there's a small number from the local area that are in that interim pool.
All right. Any other questions before we look at the schedule? Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at the proposed schedule then.
What I presented to you is it's a draft, and know that there's flexibility through the process as well. But what I was asked to do was to identify a schedule of activities that would allow you to complete the interim search by June 24th. So that's really what this is. I think key to our discussion tonight should be the May 28th and June 4th date. Because that's May 28th is identified as a potential date for you and I, you, the board, and me to review the applications and for you to choose who you're interested in interviewing. And June 4th shows as a date to interview the selected candidates. And again, I can't emphasize enough, there's flexibility with those individual dates, although I want us to be careful, if we change something, that we still have the kind of spacing in between dates on this calendar to get everything done in the right kind of way. So this will allow you let's be hopeful around this too. If it can be done before the 24th, I think that would be something that we can work toward as well. And I think where there's flexibility on the calendar is that it's not typical, although not it can easily be done. But a lot of boards do not do a final round of interviews. It's up to you. If you're unsure about some of the final candidates and you want to look at a small number, so that would be that June 15th date, again, flexible. If you don't have a desire to do a site visit for the interim, that's flexible as well. So there's flexibility to possibly do this earlier. But at the latest, it would be June 24th. So again, key is, does it work to review the applicants on or around May 28th? And does it work to interview the candidates on or around June 4th?
Dan, this is John Wong speaking.
Sure.
Is the plan for the interviews for them all to be virtual, or are they going to be in person?
My advice to you right now would be, absent a significant change, they should all be done virtually. And we are doing all of our searches right now that way. I'm not saying there couldn't be a different approach, but I think it's a way to have the greatest comfort level on the illness side of safety in doing it this way. But I understand that there are some natural limitations with the use of technology as well. But almost, I can't say all, but in looking at what other searches are doing, they're on the virtual platform now.
So can I ask the rest of the board, how do you feel about doing this search virtually? During the interviews, especially virtually, because I think there's something to be said about, obviously we need to be cautious of the pandemic, but then I think you also learn a lot about somebody in person. So I just want to get a feeling from everyone.
I absolutely think we should do as much virtual as possible, especially given the infection rate in Rock County and Beloit specifically.
Okay, anyone else? Any other thoughts?
I agree with Amy, especially given my own personal situation. I think virtual route.
All right, sounds good. So, board, what do you think about this May 28th review of applications? So that's a Thursday. Would everybody be available that day to meet? Because Dan would give us all of the applicants. He wouldn't go through any of them and kind of, weed some out and bring us what he thinks is the best. So right now, potentially, we'd be looking at 13 different applications. That would be the only thing we'd be doing that night.
Well, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Kyle, but I do want you to know that you will receive the applications on May 22nd.
Okay.
They will come to each of you on the board with a link.
Okay.
So, because I want to give you that week to be able to review them.
Okay, so then Dan, do you help us? I know in past searches, the consultants have kind of helped with like a system of helping the board come to a consensus about who those top 4 or 5 candidates might be. Would you help us with that on the 28th?
I will help you with that on the 28th.
Okay. So
I'll facilitate a discussion. And keep in mind, you will see all the applicants. I also, if I have specific information that I've become aware of, that I would share that with you as well about applicants and try to answer your questions about applicants. And I'll take you through the process of decision making that night.
Okay. So
Dan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know you can't see my mic. Dan, can I quick ask a question? I see that the background and reference checks are done after we select them. Is there a reason why we're not doing that? They're not done prior?
What we do is the process that we have is, keep in mind that it's typically not an interim search, but let's just say that, well, first of all, the answer is they could be done ahead of time if there was a limited number that you selected for interviews, or somewhere between 3 and 5. Yes, they could be done ahead of time. But in particular, if you wanted to kind of use the background and reference checks to take you from 6 to 4 or 5 to interview, that's when you would, for a final round, if you wanted to do that, that's when you would do the background and reference check. But if you're going to not do a final round, this can be moved around. It can be moved ahead of time. But we don't do background and reference checks on all the candidates. We do them on a more limited number. So if you would select a number to interview, let's just say 4 to 6, yes, they could be done then too.
Okay, because I've done it both ways, and I guess I should have been more clear. For example, when I've selected, it's Stephanie again, sorry, Dan. When I interviewed in the past, I would do the interview checks prior, and I've done them after, but it was a smaller group too. So
yeah, we can work. The answer to your question is they can be done ahead of time, especially if you're not going to do a final round. To go from 6 to 3 to 1, they could be done ahead of time. And again, this is an opportunity to just kind of share with you that WSB works with a third-party vendor to do background checks. And so we would complete those on your behalf and provide that information to you. And our encouragement is to have me work with you on a series of reference check questions, and for the board to identify a couple of board members to do the reference checks. And we feel strong that the board members doing that work on behalf of the board should hear that directly and not have it filtered through through me in terms of what the references say about the candidates. I'm telling you that there are some boards that say that we want the search firm to do that. Yes, we will do the reference checks, but our strong preference is that a couple board members would do those and report back to the full board.
And then, Dan, you will provide the reference checks to us so that we are asking the same questions at the.
Yep, I will give you sample. Yeah, you should ask the same questions.
Absolutely.
I give you those sample questions, and we'll have a discussion about, are there any others you want to add, or are there some that you would not prefer not to have there?
Okay. And
another thing, going back up on the calendar, when those applications are provided to you, I'll also provide you what I'll call a rubric to review them. And so there's a common format that you're using, Some board members find it helpful. Other board members, may reference it, but they don't use it in a total way for each of the candidates. But it's there for you to be able to review the candidates consistently.
Okay, and one more quick one. Sorry. Thank you for being so patient with me. Of course, now okay. So when they're submitting their applicants, Dan, I'm assuming they have written reference checks and a lot of them as well, correct? So.
Yeah, they'll have 3 reference letters for you to read.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Dan, I have 2 questions. The first is that I know with the permanent superintendent search, we had discussed mechanisms for making sure that we had a diverse pool of applicant. Have any of those strategies been used for our interim search pool?
I would say to you in the initial pool of candidates, there's a degree of diversity in that pool. And yet I don't know that, I don't know how many of them are going to apply in the end. We certainly have blasted this out to all of our, typical communication places that we do with a search. In addition, we use that national organization with which our main goal is to find a diverse pool of candidates through that national search organization. And so all of that's being done here as well.
And then my second question is that when we receive the applications, will they be blind or will we know who is applying for the position?
You will know who's applying for the position.
Thank you.
Dan, is it possible to get that rubric ahead of time? Because I think that maybe we should, as a board, kind of decide whether or not we're going to use that rubric. Is it common if we decide to use that rubric and that tool, would we rubric them independently on our own and then bring our completed rubrics to the meeting that night on the 28th?
Yes, that's what you would do.
Okay.
I can get it to you anytime.
Yeah, please, as soon as you can, because we may want to decide on that at one of our next meetings.
Sure. That's not a problem at all.
So how are we feeling about the 28th?
This is Amy. That works.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's fine with me. Yeah.
Okay.
Works for
me.
Okay. And the caveat that is, that we have to do our homework ahead of time. I know we have we're busy right now. So just making sure that we come to that meeting prepared to make the best use of that time. Okay. So because then we also have to post that meeting. Okay. So May 28th.
And I can work with Michelle on that. She may already have a posting, but that should be a closed session.
Yep. Okay. So if the 28th, we review the applicants and we choose those who are going to hire, is June 4th an okay date for people to do those interviews?
Kyle, one question. What time are we talking about in these meetings?
I think that would be, 5:36 to accommodate everybody's work schedule. If you have a time constraint, John, we can definitely work around that.
No, I don't. I just wanted to make sure it's on my calendar.
Okay. All right. Okay.
This is Amy. June 4th works.
Okay. Any other input on June 4th? Okay. So then it looks like you would be doing interviews on June 4th. Then. And then Dan, is there a cost then, an additional cost if we were to use the background checks as like an additional screener to maybe help us narrow down that choice? We obviously would have to pay for background checks for all of the applicants on that end rather than only doing the background checks on those who we selected to interview.
Yeah, I would, and maybe you've said the same thing. I would not recommend you do them on all the applicant pool, but those that you select, and there's a price per that WSB has on those. And I could say, remember that price as we're here now, but I can get that to you in the morning.
Sure. That is great. So now we have to kind of make a decision as a board. Do we want to do a second round of interviews?
If Dan could clarify briefly, what is the rationale for not recommending that we do initial background checks as a screener?
On all of them? Because you're quite likely to, my advice is that you go through and you identify the candidates you prefer to interview. The rest of them are no longer part of your search. And so I think you're looking at their, qualifications and their experience as kind of main determinants for whether or not you want to interview them. I mean, yes, you could do it, but I just don't know if it's the best expenditure to be making in light of the fact that your judgment as a group is going to weigh is pretty heavy in terms of who ends up being invited for interviews.
So, quick question. With the background checks, does that include confirmation of credentials? Because if yes, I would think of that as a reason to have a screener, because if someone looks great on paper, but I realize what they have on paper isn't accurate, then that's a different position we find ourselves in.
Well, here's what they include. They include criminal background checks, they include financial background checks, and they include educational background checks on verification of credentials, educational credentials.
And could you give us a ballpark of and I won't hold you to it, but just a ballpark of what that cost would be if we're running it for 13 to 15 people?
If I could take a minute, I can probably go into WSB right now and get you the price. I mean, I'm just hesitant to give you a number and it'd be too high or too low. Do you want me to? I can certainly do that now if you want.
Please, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
And we can continue the conversation while I do that.
I actually have something to say to Amy, Dan, while you're doing that. Amy, are you concerned mostly about their credentials, like if they're qualified for the position educationally?
I'm concerned about all of it. I'm concerned about criminal history. I'm concerned about verification of educational credentials, and I'm concerned about financials.
Okay, because I just know a quick way that we could check out that's why I mentioned it. I was asking for clarification because I know we can easily check out their educational credentials.
No, we'll have all that for you as part of what's done here. Educational credentials.
So, Dan, I'm looking, and it might depend on, because I think the concern of the board is if we were to narrow down candidates that we want to interview, and we announce them, and people Google, and people find out that maybe they don't have the degrees they said they did in their application, and looking foolish, and like we didn't do a good job. So sure. I think that's what the board is really afraid of. So is there an amount of time that we would have between deciding who we want to interview and then doing the background checks and then announcing those people once the background checks have come in and that verification?
Yes, that could be done in that way. Okay. But what I would want to do is to talk to the person at WSB that does that work directly, who actually, works with the company to do those searches, to see if we have enough time for her to complete them before the interviews.
Okay, because
typically, I mean, I'm not uncomfortable with that getting it done, but I don't want to commit for somebody else's time.
Okay, because if we go down to 5, is that when we legally have to notify the public who the candidates are? Is it 5 or 4?
No, what it is your first round of interviews While they have to be posted as closed session interview superintendent candidates, those can remain closed. But when you get to a point where you select finalists, that's when they become open.
Okay, and my concern is because we haven't had a discussion with the board yet, deciding whether or not we want to do that final round of interviews. So I'm just trying to be cautious of having to release the names without having done that background check and knowing more about them.
Sure, we can accommodate any of those concerns that you have. It may stretch when, maybe we'll need, if you decide on final round, maybe we'll need a couple extra days to get the work done. But what I want to assure you tonight is, now having a better sense of what your concern is, we're going to work to address that concern. And if the background search piece needs to be done, we'll make sure we take care of it.
Okay. So board, I guess I'm interested in knowing, while Dan is still working on that cost, what are your thoughts on the second round of interviews? Is that something that you want to do? Spencer, what are your thoughts?
I would say based on how the first round goes, if we have like a couple candidates that were like, they're stellar, we want to get another feel for them and have more targeted questions to ask them related to our school district and see what their responses are. I would say that probably a final round would probably be the best option.
Okay, Megan, how about you?
Yeah, I absolutely want to do a final round. I think it's important for us to take as many opportunities as we can to review everybody thoroughly. You might think of something later that you didn't think of initially, et cetera. I also have a question. If I understood correctly what I just heard, would it be a way to say, I'm in favor of the extra expense for the optics and thoroughness of our search, but would it be okay if we do a final round of interviews to do the background and reference checks after we narrow down the candidate pool if the candidate pool is confidential? Just want to put that out there.
You would have that option, and that's how typically it's done for our searches.
Okay, Megan, did I answer your question?
Yeah, sorry, lost the button. Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. John?
I think definitely a final interview process. We have to go through that. I mean, especially in the virtual world these days. I mean, to see somebody once on a screen and then you're going to decide that this person's going to be leading our district for the next year, I think I think that would be a foolish mistake on our part. We need to have as many shots at seeing this person, talking to them, coming up with other questions as possible. As far as the background check, I agree with what Megan had stated there. I think that if we can narrow it down to begin with and we don't have to disclose who we're interviewing on the first round, that to me would be a cost savings whereby we can go through that process, kind of get it down, and then, therefore do our due diligence, but make sure that before we're going to the public saying, here's who we're going to be interviewing, that we're doing the background check and making sure that these people are qualified individuals. So I guess, that's my comments on that.
Okay. Maria, any other thoughts or comments?
No, I'm just in agreement with the second interview. I think that for the level of this position, it requires that second interview. I think this is a serious position, that would require that second view. And like John said, sometimes you kind of miss things on first interview. So yeah, definitely going for the second interview.
Okay.
And as far as the background check, I totally agree with that. I think if we can narrow it down, while we're not have to disclose the names and keep those confidential, I think it would be wise to have some savings on that and then do the background checks for the people that we narrow down to.
Okay. So it sounds like I'm hearing from the board that they would wish to do that background check between May 28th and June 4th. So we have the information for that first round of interviews, and then that could possibly help us narrow it down candidates for final interviews. Amy, do you have anything else?
No, I'm for the background checks earlier, as opposed to later, but I am fine with the will of the group.
Okay. And Stephanie, I think you're the last one.
I am.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, nope. Just I prefer the background checks done sooner rather than later, but I will also go with the good of the group.
Okay. So would it matter? I mean, right now, so my other question to the board would be, would it matter how many candidates we have? Because right now we have 13, but if the posting is going to stay open until the 21st, it's only the 12th. So that's like another 9 days. And so the pool could potentially double in that time. Dan, were you able to find that cost?
No, I wasn't, but I will have that for you in the morning, unless I also did text the WSB person, but she may not be up tonight.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. It's around a few $100s per background check is what
That's around a few $100. So I'd be looking at almost like 4,000-ish right now.
I don't think it'll be that much. I mean, are you thinking on wanting to do them on all applicants, or are you going to look at the?
Yeah, we'd be looking at right around $4,000.
Kyle?
Yeah.
Rather than every applicant, I'm just sorry, the print is kind of small and I'm squinting even with my reading glasses on. If we've got May 28th, okay, up until the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It would be, I guess I would prefer just to have the background checks done on the say we choose 6, just to have 6 prior to them coming in. But Dan, that's going to be really difficult for you guys.
Well, if it becomes difficult, I'll let you know. But typically what we recommend is you go through the candidate pool and choose around 6 to interview for the first round. And what we recommend is if you wanted to do them on the 6th, then we would hurry up and get that done for you.
Okay.
On all of them. And then what we recommend is to narrow the pool to 3 for the second round.
Okay.
Now, just to be clear on that, that's 6 and 3 are up to you in the end, but that's typically what we recommend. I will not recommend as a general rule to go from 6 to 2, because if you end up with a candidate of that 2 that withdraws, you're only with 1 left. And I don't want you to be in that position.
Okay.
Kyle, I think that we need to just wait until all the applicants are in. I mean, if we get 40 applicants, I think that could make a big difference between, if we're going to choose 6 or even 8 to interview initially.
Yeah, I think that deciding that number, and even John, I think you might have found it too. I was just thinking about that, is that it caused some disharmony in the board. We went into that night saying, okay, we're going to pick it down to 6, and then there was maybe one more person who was like a close 7th or something. So I think that we should kind of go into that meeting and see what we have, and then kind of determine that number. Make sure it's not something that's unmanageable, but not go into it saying we're going to pick 6.
And that's totally fine on my end. That's totally fine. But one thing I do want to also look at is that depending on the number that you select for the first round, let's just say it's 6. I'm using that number again. You may want to do those in 2 nights. And my and so I don't know if June 3 and 4 would be available. You may want to talk about that, because what you could do, we can do all 6 in one night, but it's going to be a longer day and night for you. But what we would do then, if you had 2 nights, look at doing 4 on the first night and 2 on the second. And giving you the rest of the time for reviewing all 6 of them. That's
So would there be a preference board between like the third and the fourth, or the fourth and the fifth? I know it's a Friday. It's not cool to be doing the board meeting on a Friday night, interviews and stuff. And but does anybody have a preference?
I would prefer the third and the fourth.
Okay. Any other strong opinions?
I would agree with that, Kyle.
Okay. And I hope I don't feel like I'm pushing, but I would really like to have a schedule that we can share with the public right away so that they can kind of see our timeline and our progress towards this. And then it also makes it easier for us to plan with the posting of the meetings and everything if we kind of have these things decided ahead of time. Now, I will say that for the final round of interviews, I am leaving town on the 12th. So, but if we were going to do them virtually, I could still participate virtually, because I guess it doesn't matter because it'd be virtual anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does the 15th look good with everyone else for a final round of interviews?
Yes.
Works for me.
Okay. Okay. And
if you want me to revise the calendar so you could then use it to communicate around, I mean, I can change this tomorrow morning or even tonight.
Yeah, that would be great.
The June interviews with selected candidates, June 3 and 4. The rest of it would remain the same. But the one other thing I would like to see if we can resolve tonight is, I mean, you're showing background checks and reference checks on June 11th. If we could treat that as a by that date, knowing that they may be done earlier, is that acceptable to you guys?
Yes. I was under the impression that we were planning on doing those background checks between May 28th and June 4th at the latest. So we would already have the background checks and anyone we're doing that first round of interviews on. Is that right? Did I understand that right, guys?
This is Megan. Yeah, I agree with the timeline that you just laid out, Kyle. And I think if we just say by that date, I think that accommodates everybody's concerns.
Okay. Thanks, Megan.
I have a question just for clarification and kind of standard operating procedures. So if we have the background checks by June 3rd, let's say we offered an interview to someone, and what we find from the background check, we no longer want to interview that person. And hopefully we will never encounter this, but like, what's the protocol if that's the situation you find yourself in?
The protocol would be for me to call the candidate and to withdraw the interview.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
And I would, yeah.
Oh, Dan, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's what I would do. I would withdraw the interview.
Okay. So, then site visit of June, it would be determined if that's what we decided. Do you think you guys were able to make a decision on? I mean, I know this is a really awkward time to be doing a site visit because no one is really anywhere. So how does that fit into a virtual search, Dan?
The way I would suggest doing that is that we would have, you do that. I'm only recommending strongly that you do that for your final candidate.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's too disruptive to people that don't end up getting the job.
Okay.
And then what I would suggest doing is to work, and I would help with the arrangements. You guys would do that on your own, but we would do a virtual site visit with, I'm making up a number, 3-4 people in that district that you would have an opportunity to interact with, no different than we are using the platform right now.
So how
rearranged?
Okay, so is there an advantage to maybe doing that before the final round of interviews? Like in between that first and second round rather than after?
Well, again, if you go with my advice that you should only do that on the person that you're intending to recommend the position for, the last one, there's only one then.
Okay.
So it should happen really after the final round. I would not suggest that level of reach out again, at the risk of being redundant, it's just too disruptive to the individual that doesn't end up getting the position.
Okay. And
Dan, I apologize. Could you explain the process of how the individuals that participate in the site visit are selected? I mean, of course, there's no way that a potential candidate would direct us to someone that would not speak well of them. So how are those people chosen?
That's in fact how they are chosen. So it's really, it's with that understanding, it's with the idea of trying to get that much deeper knowledge about the candidate. But that's, we would not have an ability to identify, nor is it fair for that candidate to identify people that, we identify people with very remote relationship and limited work with the person. So what you want is people that the candidate identifies that have quite a work history and experience with that candidate.
But Dan,
Go ahead,
would it be also right? I mean, to me, and especially in this work world we're in now, for us to be able to do diligence, I think it's actually going to be heightened at this point in time. The ability to reach out to, it could be Chamber of Commerce people within the community that that person lives in, to maybe do our own homework and do our own due diligence.
The only thing I would say there is do that as part of your reference checks. Your reference checks don't have to be limited only to the people that they identify as references. But do that because do that with individuals that you come to identify within the community that you reach out to. And you tell the candidates ahead of time that you thank you for your references. We will be contacting them, and then we'll also reach out to other people within the community.
Okay.
But you don't want to gather a group for that type of conversation that may not have relationship with each other, and so do that as part of your reference check and going beyond the names that the candidate provides you.
Okay. All right. So,
Kyle, a quick question for Dan. Hey, Dan, Stephanie.
Yes.
So I know, and I've only, hired as a principal, but I know legally we have to ask the same interview questions of each candidate. So I'm just curious how it works for a superintendent. If we're asking different questions about different people in informal settings, there's no legal issues there?
What are you referring to, the reference checks?
Yeah.
No,
we're really
you a list of, I will provide, you will have agreed upon list of reference check questions that you'll apply to every candidate.
Yeah, I get that, but those are the formal. But if we just go out and kind of inquire around the community about people, that's okay?
No, you should be treating them as a formal reference check.
Okay, so we should have
that. And you're using the same questions.
Okay, thank you for that verification. Thanks.
Sure, you're more than welcome.
Hey,
okay.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? I'm sorry. Cool. So 2 things. So I'm hearing that I think I understand the reference check situation. We'll have predetermined questions. What I think a couple of board members were getting at was we want to make sure that we're able to get the authentic picture of this candidate or these candidates. And so would it be okay, in addition to prescribed reference check questions, to kind of call around their communities, and just find out what is the actual public opinion of these people, or what are other experiences people have had, just to get us a complete and accurate picture?
I would want to do that in a planned way with the board, what that would look like. In terms of who's going to do what, and who's going to contact who, so there's a coordinated effort here. I've had some situations that there have been and you weren't describing that, but the way to avoid it is to have a plan as to how that would be done. In the worst case scenario, the good news is you find a way to involve people more so in the permanent search, sometimes by having multiple interview teams. But I've also had situations where people have gone out in the community ahead of time and on their own, and it be, at a point in time, people want to be able to pursue these jobs without being disaffected where they currently work. And so it can be done. There's a way to get at that. And all I would ask is that we're planful about how that would be done.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think what I'm hoping to glean from this is like what the plan would be. So like it's clear to me that there's a third party background check. It's clear to me that one or two of us will figure out who is doing reference checks with those prescribed questions. And then maybe this can just be a later conversation further down the timeline, but I would like some kind of a method, a standard method for us to be able to also kind of gather our own, like John said, do our own homework.
Yeah.
And Dan, I mean, as far as the deeper dive that Megan's referring to, I mean, at that point, if we're down to 3 people, I mean, it's public knowledge at that point. This person is interested in this job and is one of the final candidates. So if their life isn't disrupted at that point, then I guess my question would be, when would it be?
Well, and it just wasn't clear to me as to when those would be done, because we've agreed that correct me if I'm wrong, that the background checks would be done between May 28th and June 4th.
Well, we're talking about different things here. You're talking about
we haven't talked about when the reference calls would be begun and be done.
Right. What we're talking about, I think, is the deeper dive, almost like the virtual site visit, to be able to go in there and we're down to 3 candidates. Right. And now we're really trying to dig deeper to say, okay, is this person, truly going to fit our role? Is it going to be the best person for the job out of the 3 at that point? And therefore we're calling around even, deeper than the references to get additional information.
Yeah. And I hope I've indicated that, yes, there's a way to approach that, and yes, it can be done, and it should be done, but let's just be planful about, what that who's going to contact who and what are the questions going to be.
I would agree with your comment on that last comment there.
So would it be fair to put this on one of our next agendas to kind of hash out some of these details? Or Dan, do you think I think having a plan going into it ahead of time so that we're all aware of the workload as to whether or not we're going to do it with only the one person after those final round of interviews that we would like to offer the position to, and offer them a contract rather than doing say all 3 of them.
Sure.
Okay. So
yeah, you may be at that point. I mean, we're, you know who you want. I mean, and you should leave the door open for that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that could be done. We could also do, oftentimes like the decision on the interview questions. We can do that, those kind of things on May 28th as well. We can, and so there's an opportunity to meet at that time too.
Okay.
But whenever you want it done, I'll work around your schedule.
Okay. So board, would you like this to have a discussion in one of our meetings coming up, kind of firming up some of these decisions? Or we can do it now, absolutely. Whether we want to do a site visit for all 3 of those people that we did the final round of interviews for, or if we only want to do it with the one person that we had kind of were thinking about extending the contracts to.
Can I give you a little bit of advice on that? My thought would be is keep that as an open consideration in terms of that number, because you may have a clearer sense of a direction through that 5 round of interviews. So it can be done that way, but just leave it as an open to be at a later point.
Okay.
Kyle, a suggestion I would have for the board is begin to think. We have time now on our side, so begin thinking of, if you're going to go out and kind of play private detective, I guess, what are the things, who are the people that you would touch base with in a community? Who are the key people that you would, if you wanted to know about a person and find out if they're, how good are they in their job? How do they connect with the community? All the ins and everything about them, who is it that we would be contacting, and maybe what questions would be asking them. So that way we're not thinking about this, a few hours before the next, whatever meeting we schedule that for.
Yeah, absolutely.
In what way could appropriately open that to the public to see what questions they would like to have answered of our next superintendent?
You'll have to decide if you want to build that into the process. What I will provide you is a bank of interview questions, all of which should never be considered to be asked, because it's a long list of kind of questions that have been looked at over time at WSB. But I'll give you a starting point on that, and then you can make your decisions about which ones you like, if any of those, and then if you want to be able to engage with others on those interview questions, you have to decide how you want to go about that.
I would like, and I don't know if this is posting it on our website for a week or however long, but allow the community, if they're interested, to submit questions. And I'm not trying to create a ton of work for anyone, but I would be willing to go through them and kind of say, okay, these are repeat or these are unique questions. I just think it would be good to have community input on what things they want to know about their next interim superintendent.
Hi, this is Megan, and Amy, I fully agree. I'm wondering if a way we could do that is if we go through that bank of questions first, put out to the community, these are the questions we're going to ask, and then open up a survey to do you have additional questions? And then we can kind of go through those and then pull any out that we think don't cover the bases we're already covering. Would that make sense?
I think that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to throw a little caution to the wind just for you to think about whether or not you want to. I don't have a single problem at all with getting input on the questions, but announcing your questions makes it open to everyone, including potential candidates.
Good point.
Again, I'm not saying that anyone's going to hang that close.
I agree.
And so
No, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if we just cover categories, we can let people know, we'll be asking about, well, I mean, isn't that common knowledge? Job interviews, people know that they're going to ask you about your, what is your philosophy of leadership? You know what I mean? Things like that. Or do we maybe just leave it
Sure.
and we can cross-reference on our own? I guess it really doesn't matter.
I think that part of the research that we do, we don't disclose everything, because I agree with Dan. I mean, if you give them the answers and say, okay, here's the people we're going to be calling, not to say that somebody's going to set it up, but you just don't want to leave that open.
And when you see the bank of interview questions, they're broken into categories. And, I certainly wouldn't have a problem with putting categories out there like instructional leadership, careful planning or effective planning. I'm making up categories now, but they're in categories that you could easily use. But I just wouldn't put the interview schedule out there.
And Dan, I appreciate that input, because I wouldn't want to post information that would be leading. And so people are piggybacking off what we already presented. I think it might be really interesting and helpful to say, what do you organically want to know about our next interim? And then once we know what our questions are, we can, go from there.
Sure, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so is that something you would like to do for the first round, or something more for the final round? Because you do typically ask slightly different questions, at least in the 2 rounds of interviews. So is that interest in which point, guys?
If we did it ahead of the first round and just gathered questions, couldn't we at our own discretion use some of the community questions in the first round and then some of them for a second?
Absolutely.
Yes, you could. Yep.
Okay, so we made some fantastic decisions. So that means then we'd meet on the 19th to, without the information from the site visits and, additional phone calls and being made after that final round of interviews, we would be meeting again on the 19th to make a final decision. And then Dan, that night of the 19th, if that date works for everyone, then we would make a motion that night, right, to enter negotiations or offer a contract.
You could do it that night if you were wanting to frame it around enter into negotiations. Yes, you could.
Okay.
Yes, you could. Yep.
So then is that June 24th then kind of like a target date to have a contract negotiated?
Well, again, maybe I hope we didn't have different definitions of, when the survey would be done, but that's what I was using for when it would be done, that you would have an agreement on a contract and you would decide the date to announce the interim district administrator.
Guys, I'm sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No, I may have misunderstood what you meant by the end date though, too.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking at, I didn't know if the contract negotiation would happen between the 19th and the 24th, and then that 24th would be the date that, yes, we have agreed upon a contract and we are ready to approve that contract.
Yeah, that's what it's intended to mean.
Okay, and so board, we do have a board meeting on Tuesday, the 23rd. How would you like to change that date? So rather than, maybe cutting down, rather than having another meeting, because at that point, should the contract, everybody would have seen the contract that would be approving, and that night it would be simply, yes, we approve the contract, or no, we don't. And we direct you to go back and continue negotiating. So would you guys be comfortable maybe moving that to the 23rd on a regularly scheduled board meeting night?
I would, Kyle.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I can easily make that change. The other thing that causes me to just put in the room just for a second tonight, and maybe you already have it, but it would be good if you have your interim contract ready to provide well before you're at final selection. And you may already have one because of how things are structured this year with an interim.
Oh yeah, we have a couple we can pull up, but then so I think what you're saying too is then also kind of have that predetermined like limits of negotiation too, like those boundaries.
No, are you talking salary now?
Yeah, salary and yeah.
I mean, that needs to be something that you as a board have a discussion about clearly. But I'm talking about referring in the main to the whole employment contract and whether or not you want your attorney to review it, or if that attorney's already reviewed an interim contract because you're using one this year.
Okay.
So all I'm saying is you don't want to wait till the end part of this process to start looking at that. That's the only thing I was.
Okay. So go ahead.
The salary range or salary that you want to be able to provide.
Okay. So does everybody feel good then with this timeline that we have laid out and the changes that we have made?
Looks good.
Okay.
Good to me.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
Looks good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then as soon as I get the updated one from Dan, I will go ahead and share that with the board. So then you can have that for your own reference too, especially because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of community questions about when things are going to be happening.
And I'll have that to you in the morning.
All right, thank you. All right, so are there any other questions or Dan, do you need anything else from us tonight?
No, I don't have anything else I need from you other than to say thank you very much for the kind of process that you're using to discuss this. And the more we have an opportunity for these interactions, the more I have a sense of what your needs are. So it's all good.
All right. Thank you so much. Anything else from the board? All right. Hearing and seeing none. Thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate it.
You
all right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so this brings us to item 3B, which is I want to kind of just work into our meetings regularly, an opportunity to announce upcoming WASB workshops and give people the opportunity to approve those workshops for individuals. These were not ones. We have a lot going on altogether with the retreats and everything. And so if there was a strong board interest, we could do them together as a board like we're going to do, or we could do them individually and then just put it on a meeting agenda to discuss. But there are two coming up, hiring teachers during a pandemic, which is supposed to be May 20th from 1:30 to 2:30, but they are recording all the webinars and you can always go back in and view it later. And that one is free. So you don't have to register for that one. But then there is a second one, which I thought would be good because it's something that's come up a few times in the state and locally, is social media, online communication, email use, and implications for school board members. That one does have a cost for $45 per person this month. So what we traditionally do in this situation is we could, somebody would maybe make a motion if there is interest that we would pay for and allow anyone who so chose to participate in that webinar without an exact number and without an exact dollar amount. And then people can let Michelle know if they're interested and she can get you registered. Or, if you think that is there, also, if you think there is a strong need for us to do it together as a board and then have a discussion after.
Hey, this is Megan. I think that I would be open to doing it as a full board if there's interest.
Okay.
I'm fine if there's enough interest, and if not, the individuals who are interested, and then just put it as an upcoming agenda item, and we can have a brief conversation about it.
Okay. And again, this isn't anything that I'm saying I think we should do. It's like I said, I just want to have it worked regularly into our meetings where I highlight things that are happening with WASB. And so if anybody has an interest, we can think about it. We don't have to take action on it tonight. You can think about it. I put a description there, and we can always sign up for it later if there's an interest. Do you guys just want me to move on?
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Our next meeting is on the 26th, correct?
Well, we have the webinar on Thursday, and then we have our retreat on Saturday, and then the next board meeting is the 26th. Sue did mention the possibility of a short one on Tuesday, but she will know for sure this week because of the DPI waiver requirements and making sure that the board is able to approve it in that timeline.
Okay, I just didn't want Michelle to have to repost anything to add this.
Right, yeah. Okay. All right, so I'll just go ahead and move on unless anyone has anything to say. All righty, which brings us to 4A, the SDB distance learning update. And that is Missy Beavers.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Okay, I'm going to do my best to share. Let me know if you see it, okay?
Yep, we can see it.
All right, good. And you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am presenting on distance learning specific to McKinney-Vento unaccompanied youth and our school age parenting program at the request of the board. So I'm going to start with McKinney-Vento. So we've had great success with our McKinney-Vento homeless student population during our time of school closure. Anyone in need has been able to get a hold of Ms. Stutt, who's our homeless liaison, and she then takes the referral, gets them exactly what they need, and then refers them out to a school-based homeless liaison, and then they take it to the next step. They've broken down barriers with the distance learning in regards to getting Wi-Fi access, ensuring basic needs are met in regards to, you know, they've gotten them hotel vouchers, food, etc. So this year we've got 547 students currently identified as homeless, and we define homeless as not living in fixed adequate nighttime residence. And out of those, we have 123 that have been identified as unaccompanied homeless youth. And unaccompanied homeless youth are those without a parent or guardian. Since the time of school closure, so since March 16th, we've had 9 additional students that have been identified. I decided to take a look specifically at the students that our graduation coach is working with. And our graduation coach is specifically working with the juniors and seniors at BLA and Beloit Memorial. So specifically, the graduation coach role is to remove barriers that would clear the path for any academic success for these students. So I've listed those there. I don't need to read them to you, but they would be things such as applying for meeting graduation requirements first and foremost, applying for college, applying for scholarships, setting up transportation, food, any basic needs. So the data here shows the number of students identified under the graduation coach's umbrellas for this school year. So at BLA, you'll see there's a total of 14 11th and 12th graders, and Beloit Memorial 11 for a total of 25. And newly identified, he's got 2. I specifically looked at the participation rate under the umbrella of the graduation coach, and we've got a total participation rate in the distance learning platform at 88%. I really wanted to focus on those that were on track for graduation. So you'll look specifically at Beloit Learning Academy. You have an 83% on track for graduation rates, and Beloit Memorial is 100%, which is great news. I just wanted to point out for BLA, you're seeing there's 2 students that are not on track. Those students came and enrolled in the district, not on track to graduate, having attendance issues, and their graduation plans indicate a summer graduation. So they are looking at one senior is sitting at 22.75 credits and the other one at 21.25, and a total of 26 credits needed to graduate. So they're looking pretty good. Moving on to SAPAR. So SAPAR is our school age parenting program, and they're also doing very well during distance learning. We have teachers and support staff that have been directly reaching out to them to ensure that they also have the access to devices, Wi-Fi, et cetera, just as I mentioned with McKinney-Vento. We currently have 38 active students in the program, 20 of those who are seniors and 18 who will meet graduation requirements this year, 2 of which are still juniors. Specifically in regards to the teen parent program, this is the program at Head Start. Those students have completed a total of 20, well, I'm gonna backtrack. I finalized this on Friday morning. There was a total of 23.5 credits, not including PE and volunteer hours, completed since the buildings closed in March. After I completed this, there were more credits completed, which is great news. So I believe the total is 24.5 credits completed since the buildings closed in March. There's daily check-ins with these students in regards to progress participation. And out of these students, there's 4 seniors. Well, I'm going to say there's 3 confirmed graduates in the team parent program and 1 on the bubble. I'm going to get into the data in just a minute. 92% of our SAFER students continue to log in and complete assignments online or have already completed the required work for graduation. 0 new students have been identified since the COVID-19 school closure. We have not changed the way in which students are able to be identified for the program. Typically during the school year, they're notifying a teacher, student services staff director of school health, or any other trusted adult. This has not changed. So here's the data in regards to the SAPAR students. And I highlighted the number of students logging in because that was kind of what we were focusing on here, was the participation in the distance learning. So we want to see the number of students matching the number of students logging in. And as you can see, they're doing a great job. And here I just put it kind of in a different view here. Number of students logging in. So you want to see the blue and red kind of matching here. And then I also included the number of seniors and the number of seniors on track to graduate. That's the information I have. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Missy, for putting this together. These numbers make my heart happy.
I figured you would.
A couple questions. I just want to confirm that we do still have our para educator who is assigned to Head Start still working with our kids?
She's working directly with them on a daily basis.
Perfect. That was my next question, is who is doing the daily check-in? So you answered that.
It's in collaboration. So she is doing the main, but Michelle Babilius, our director of school health, is also working with some of the students.
Okay. And then my next question is that items that are available in the care closet, for anyone who's not familiar, it's basic need hygiene items for the parent and for the baby, also books and other resources like that. I know that there's limited access to the building. Was anyone able to get in and get those items, or is that something that can happen if students are experiencing a need?
So Michelle has been really good about directly speaking with the cabinet about essential needs, and she's been working with Joanne to safely enter the buildings for anything that's deemed essential.
Perfect. And then I think my last question is, and this may be a question for someone else, where are we on filling the position of a SAPAR coordinator? Is that position still posted? Has there been any interest?
I would say that is off topic. This is just an update.
Okay, I will put that for future items. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, any other questions from any other board members? All right, thank you, Missy, very much. It's
very welcome.
Great to see the students still participating and having contact with the district.
They're doing great.
Okay, so that brings us to our superintendent's reports to the board.
Okay, yes, thank you, Kyle. The cabinet and I created a parent survey, and that was completed yesterday. And we asked Missy if she would tabulate those results and share those with you tonight.
Okay. Oh, I forgot I didn't mute yet. Okay, let me go back to present. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Can you see?
Sure can. Thank you.
You're seeing the right. This isn't on SAPAR anymore, right? Okay. So under Sue's leadership, I was asked to create a family survey, and with Monica's help, that was sent out to parents. As you can see, we have over 1,250 results for a total of 1,267. We wanted to keep it brief because the goal was to get a pulse on where we were at, what the perception was, and we really focused on communication, participation, access, level and amount of work, and progress. So I'm just going to slowly walk you through. If you have any questions, just shout out. So the first, and the results are very positive in my opinion. So the first question is, have you received adequate communication or support from your child or teen school since the switch to distance learning? And you'll see the majority obviously is yes. Oh, I just did want to point one thing out. So we have a total of over 1,200 responses, keeping in mind that a lot of these parents have multiple students in the district, okay? So we have a total of 87.5% responding that yes, they're getting adequate communication, with 158 people, or 12.5% responding no. The second question is, has your child or teen been participating in distance learning? I mean, these results are amazing. In my opinion, you've got 96 access materials through distance learning, and we gave them the option of saying all, some, or none. So the blue here, the 54.2%, is they're accessing all of the materials. 45% is some, and this little 10 people are saying they can't access it at all. Less than 1%. Next question is the amount of work being provided to your child or teen too much, just right, or not enough? The majority is saying it's just right. So 67.2% are saying it's just the right amount of work. 26.1% are saying it's too much. And 6.6% are saying it's not enough work. Is the level of work being provided to your child or teen too advanced, just right, or not challenging? So you'll see the majority are saying it's just right, 80.5%. So over 1,000 of our responding parents, and remember there was just over 1,200, are saying it's just right. 7.7% are saying not challenging enough, and 11.8% are saying it's too advanced. And the last question that we included was, are you aware of your child's progress with distance learning? And the majority, again, are saying yes, they are aware of the progress, 78%, and 22% are saying no, they're not.
Okay, Missy, that is great information. I'm wondering, I know it's just hot off the presses, but is it possible that you can get that to Michelle and she can upload it to Board Docs with the superintendent's report so the public can go take another look at it?
I'm happy to do that. I can download it as a PDF and provide it to Michelle.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions on that piece from any of the board members?
Kyle,
yeah.
One, I guess it's just a comment regarding the survey and the respondents. I mean, I think it would be nicer if we could get, some more, without getting them to put their name in, of course, but to say, how many children do you represent? Is there, because if there's 1,200 respondents, and I know my wife and I both received it, if there's 2 from our household, that could, dilute the survey, the percentage. So it'd be nice to know how many households are represented by that survey, how many children from the district are represented in that survey. Is it 1,200 students out of 6,500, or is it more like, 5,000?
John, I'd like to share that the purpose of the survey was to get one snapshot of these items for us at this time, kind of just past that midway point of the distance learning. And it's to give us some guidance for the things we need to do the remainder of this year and double check a few areas. And we're pleased with the results. We do feel like we're, doing a good thing with our distance learning, but it also encourages us that there are still a few more steps that we want to take. Our intent is toward the very end of the distance learning, to develop some type of a parent survey that will be far more in-depth, and it would come more from a building level under our coordination. And it would be information more specifically developed for the building level staff in meeting the needs of their students. We also are waiting off on that until we have a little bit better understanding on what will happen in the fall, how we may return to school, whether it's under virtual learning, into our actual buildings, or a combination of something. So we're waiting off on that final survey and what it would include.
Thank you for that information. I mean, the results are good so far, very good so far, better than I would have anticipated. And I really like your plan, the idea of figuring out now, kind of getting a pulse of what's going on, but then digging down deeper and getting more granular as we get deeper into this. So thanks, Sue.
Yep, that's exactly what we were doing. Thank you.
Maybe something that could help with John's question is, could we possibly even poll some of the teachers to see how they think the students are, like their participation rates are?
Yep, good question, Spencer. We've also conducted a poll of the staff. We have not been able to compile and analyze all of that. We thought we'll start for tonight with the, it was kind of on a fast track to get it ready to share with you, and we'll share next our results of the staff survey.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, this is Megan. I was just curious. So I agree the survey results look really promising. I'm wondering if there's corrective action in place to, I noticed that there were quite a few people who didn't feel like the communication was good. And I'm just wondering if we have enough information to know how to plan to correct that. And then also, I know it was only like 10 people, but if there's a plan in place to make sure that everybody's able to access all materials.
Yes, and Monica, maybe you can help with that answer as well.
And I'll get to how we're addressing the access.
Good. So Missy, why don't you start with how we're addressing those students in need, and then I'll talk about a broader scope communication.
Sue, are you okay with going that route?
You bet.
Okay. So we set up, when we decided to go to distance learning, we put in place, or the Pupil Services Department put in place students of concern meetings. These are weekly meetings that are being held at the buildings in order to determine, again, a pulse on who's participating, who's not participating, etc. We developed a tiered system to put in place so that all schools were providing us with the same data. The very first week we kind of asked, what are you doing to find these students? How are you reaching them? How many students have you had zero contact with? And we were getting really different responses from buildings. So we decided to kind of go into a tiered system. Tier 1 would be those students participating and responding greater than 50% of the time. And that would be supported by your PBIS, your building level incentives. Tier 2 would be less than 50% of the time, and those are your classroom teacher supports, coupled with student services. And then we have our Tier 3, who are zero contact, for those students who have not participated for 5 to 7 days. Access. Hopefully I'm addressing that. So then what we're doing is the Students of Concern meeting is having conversations about these students who are participating 50% or less. They're trying to first identify if they have the correct phone numbers, address, contact information for these parents. They're connecting with other student services teams in different buildings of perhaps siblings. And then if we're continuing to not have any contact or not have any participation, we've implemented a letter very similar to the attendance letters that go out during the school year. And the first round went out this week. And the letter it's not a punitive letter. It's just indicating that we have not had any contact or participation, and we're looking to remove any barriers. Please contact your school to make sure that we have updated contact information, or let us know what resources we can provide to you in order to assist with access to. Because simply could be mental health needs. It could be, food, shelter. It could be they're just overwhelmed. And what can we provide them in order to get better access results for us? So I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you, Missy. And a lot of what Missy is doing, we're doing at a broader level at the district. For those of you who heard my presentation, it might have been in October when I did a review of our Blackboard messaging system and uncovered that 80% of our parents opt out of receiving any communication, phone, text, or email. So having been working on that since October, and certainly having that become a priority now, we've been able to add a lot of families to the database. And how did we do that? We worked very closely with the principals and, to be very honest, the teachers. So over the course of the last 2 to 3 months, teachers, when they're reaching out, if they're not hearing, they're trying to get a hold of family members and figuring out what's the best way to reach them: email, cell phone. The second component to that is a number of our families' cell phone numbers change quite frequently. And we had in place a process to correct that, but it was a little cumbersome. It involved a number of people and confirming information. And I'm currently working on a project, or beginning to work on a project, with Robin By in our district and the secretaries, and affording them the ability and access to change those phone numbers immediately. The other thing that we did do, our data from Skyward, which is where parents and guardians and adults put in information regarding their student. We used to update that weekly, and now we update that nightly. So, Megan, to your point, there's still a snapshot, and we saw that, of individuals that feel they aren't being communicated to. And our job right now is to continue to work on the best way they want to be communicated with, and what mechanism, and to continue to update and work with those parents and guardians to get that contact information in our system.
That sounds wonderful. I did just have, so thank you both for the very thorough and detailed explanation. And you guys are obviously on top of it, and I'm not surprised by that at all. It's great to hear too. So I guess I just wanted to follow it up with just like a broader question about looking at this pulse that we have and hearing that we're going to become more, granular in our data here. I'm wondering about next year, and if there's an opportunity for us to elicit student input on what is well for them, and what is, or what they would like to see for like a robust competitive distance learning plan, so that we can kind of keep kids in our district for next year.
Yeah, Megan, that's an excellent suggestion. And I think we would definitely have to include input from especially our older students on how it's working for them. And again, this was just a snapshot.
It looks great. It's really encouraging. And thank you so much for the time and effort you all put into it.
I do have, Sue, I didn't know if you wanted me to touch on the how we're addressing the mental health needs as well.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I had asked you to do in, the response to what's happening under distance learning, was that the entire student services staff are addressing the needs beyond the academic needs of our students. And I'd ask Missy to update us on that as well.
So in addition to the students of concern meetings, obviously they're fulfilling all of their regular and normal responsibilities as it relates to, getting students ready for graduation, checking transcripts, IEPs, 504s. But they have really helped provide resources for our students, our families, and our staff. And I think that's really important to recognize, is that they've been great resources for our staff as well. We've provided PD, small modules, resources pushed out to staff focusing on staying trauma informed during distance learning. And some of these are live and some of these are resources. And we've provided updates on mandatory reporting during distance learning. The student services staff are providing social emotional learning lessons for grades K through 8 every week. We've provided virtual calming rooms for parents, students, and I think staff has maybe gotten a little bit more access out of them than we thought they would. The student services team have created virtual clipboards. So if you're familiar with the school setting, students are able to come by and put their name on their door for a check-in or a meeting with the student services staff. And they've created these virtual clipboards. So if a student needs, just a check-in or needs to speak with one of them, they're getting a referral that way. And then they also have created a referral for basic needs. So that's coming up at the Students of Concern meetings. Does a family need housing, shelter, food, anything like that? And then they've also created one for staff, the health check-in. Definitely want to give them props for everything that they've done.
Okay. Is there anything else in the superintendent's report, Sue?
No, thank you. The survey was the main thing that the cabinet and I wanted to share with people tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the information. Those are a lot of questions, that the community has been asking and wondering about, and it just reaffirms the fantastic job that our district is doing at all levels to take care of our little people and even our big people who are working with the little people. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. We've got a lot of people really putting a lot of effort into providing our quality education under these circumstances. So I appreciate your comments.
Kyle, is there a possibility of getting this information out to the public, or should we be waiting on that? I mean, I would think that the more information we can get out to let people know what we're doing, what the percentages are, and all of that could be beneficial to obviously shine us in a good light.
Yeah, I can. I know Hillary has texted me already about calling tomorrow, and so I had that, PDF of that presentation. I could kind of go over some of that stuff and definitely redirect her to central office, at COLAC for more information, since she's writing about the meeting. But I also think that might be good information, kind of, John, to your point about we have our distance learning and our COVID webpage, so putting the results of that there also.
Yeah, and there is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but all of the information that I provided, and I did forget to mention one thing that the student services staff did create was a resource list specific to what's going on during this pandemic. So, where we have a resource list in general, you can go to Caritas, or you can go to, wherever you go for your basic needs. This resource list is specific to what do you need now and what are the resources being offered now. So that might be a good thing too.
Fantastic. Any other questions or comments before we move on to the consent agenda?
I just want to make an observation regarding the survey. Just wondering if there was a reason why maybe, I don't know, maybe race would have been nice to have in there, just, to get some basic demographics of the people that are answering those surveys, just to see, and level out which are the people that are thinking that they're not getting the services that they need, or we're not meeting the services that they need.
Maria, I guess, again, I would say we did one snapshot of all of our families at this time, and we didn't really try to look at it probably on a deeper level and to break out smaller groups. So we just did one snapshot of our families and our kids right now on the distance learning.
Thank you, Sue.
Yeah, I also want to share that at each building, they are working diligently with the families that they, are not getting a lot of response from or that they can't get in contact with. And we certainly have that kind of information available from our buildings on who is struggling with the distance learning, and that's why we're working with them individually.
Do you mind providing some type of information on what kind of things you guys are doing to work with those families?
Sure, we can gather that kind of information.
One quick thing to insert, since we roughly have about 7,000 students in the district and we heard from, I want to say 1,500, has any thought been given if we do like an end of the year survey, maybe if we tie it to the assignments that the students are doing, like please have your parent fill this out. I don't know, that just may be a way to get a larger response.
Yes, we agree. And that's why I said earlier, we are planning to do a more in-depth survey toward the end of the year. And also to point out of the respondents, many of them would have had not just one child, but 2 or 3 children. So that number is much higher than it would appear. Those aren't parents of single children in all cases. So, and again, it is one snapshot. We know it represents far more than the 1,200 families that responded.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you, everyone. This brings us to the consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, we have the employee recommendations, Exhibit A, approval of the April 14th minutes. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, or would somebody like something removed?
Hi, this is Megan. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any questions or discussion? Stephanie?
No.
Do you have a question?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just getting ready to say aye. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I saw you unmuted. I'm sorry. Okay. So seeing or hearing none, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. The consent agenda is passed. So this brings us to our executive session. May I please have, before I ask for a motion, everyone will have to hang up from this, connect to the link that you received from Michelle for the executive session. And then you also have to make sure you're in like a private space where no one can hear you speaking and no one can hear your computer. So having said that, may I please have a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion to go into closed session.
Stephanie, can you read the whole thing with the exemptions, please?
Oh, yes. I forgot. One moment.
Thank you.
Okay. I make that motion to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to section 19.851G of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to conferring with legal counsel with a governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Any discussions or questions about going into closed session? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please. Roll call vote, Michelle.
Anderson?
Aye.
Delgado?
Aye.
Jacobs,
Aye.
Larson,
Whoops. Aye.
Levy. Aye. Miller,
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes and we go into closed session. So we will all get back on this line after to end the meeting. Oh, not very many people waited with us. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus me. Okay, so we have 7 board members. Are we ready to just finish up this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Future items for discussion. You can, I took notes on things that came up during the meeting, but you can feel free to use that link in the library on board docs to submit any other suggestions. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, if we have items, do you not want to hear them now? You want to just do it on board docs?
Yep, on board docs, please. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Great work tonight.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your night.